So great to have you here. How are you?
Good morning, Charles. Um, I'm good. Thank you. Um, I saw you had an awesome discussion here, and I wanted to
You're not
contribute.
getting paid. You're not getting paid for the first hour on. I just want to make that clear. Sorry.
Ah, ah, you're a slave driver, right? What can I say?
I knew it, Joseph. I knew I was the only volunteer. You guys kept saying that all volunteer stuff, and it was just me. I knew it. Secret's out.
Yes,
It's a joke, of course. Yeah, we're all volunteers. Anda slept an extra hour today. Alan stayed for an extra hour. Very graciously, did an excellent job. Welcome, Anda. I hope you got a good extra hour of sleep. We all want you to have as much sleep as possible, I think.
thank you very much. Uh, I only put one alarm, so Joseph knows already this. I need 3 or 4 alarms at least to wake up, and last night I forgot to set them up, and there was just one, which is the first one at 4:30, and I wake up, I look at the phone, and I said, "Oh, good, it's 4:30." Next time I looked at the phone, it was 5:50. That's not good. I was like, ah. Yes, so sorry about that. Sorry, Alan. It happens. I know it happens, but it's not cool. So yeah, um, got time to look a bit at the news and wanted to ask you if you discussed. There is a declaration of Zaluzhny um, about Crimea. It's something that appeared later yesterday. It says that in order to reach the borders of Crimea, the Ukrainian defenders need to cover the distance of 84 kilometers to Melitopol, which would give fire control on the corridor mm, um, between Crimea and um, Mariupol. So I was wondering if you discussed about this and if the new weapons which are now in theater can help.
Maybe, maybe Colby. Did you see anything like this? You have anything to respond?
I saw General Zaluzhny's comments. I don't know. I'm sure it was probably discussed on the space today. I haven't had too much time to listen actively. Been trying to focus on my actual work that I have to get done. I'm sure it was probably discussed, but I did see his comments, and yeah, I think they speak for themselves. If Ukraine is able to capture Melitopol, obviously that creates huge problems for the Russians because they won't be able to resupply Crimea by the land bridge anymore, and everything will again have to be transported over the Kerch Bridge or by barge, and obviously the bridge they are currently restricting traffic to vehicles, I think weighing less than a 10.5, I think was the reporting that I saw. So that's not very tenable. So uh, obviously, capturing Melitopol would have very significant strategic implications. It's just a question of how do they get there, and the primary thing to consider here, I would say, comes back to the weather, and we continue to see pictures and videos of just completely atrocious mud, just insane amounts vehicles swimming in the mud, and those are not conditions in which you are able to undertake very significant, large-scale offensive operations. So we're still waiting for the ground to freeze.
And Colby, I'm wondering, you're kind of a numbers guy to some degree. To me, the maybe more interesting part of the speech, if I remember, at one point he said he was, it was allegedly, of course, a very straight shooter, said something to the effect of like, look, I can do this. I can like drive the Russians out of Ukraine. Here's what I need. I need 500 tanks. I need 300 this, 100 that. Do you remember the numbers, Colby? And like, what did you make of those numbers?
Yeah, I think it was 500 tanks, 300 infantry fighting vehicles. I forget the whole list. Go look it up. But yeah, I mean, he's making a very blunt ask. I think that those are like ideal numbers. That if Ukraine got that, they would be able to achieve quite a lot of their objectives. I don't think that that request is imminently going to be fulfilled. But even half of that would make a really big impact. And aside from the long range precision fires, certainly getting some MBTs and IFVs into Ukrainian hands, modern IFVs, modern MBTs is would be quite impactful. The IFVs more than anything, really, I think, in my opinion, because MBTs have all sorts of complexities, but the challenge for integrating new IFVs is less. So I think that given the difficulty we continue to have with getting MBTs approved, I think getting some infantry fighting vehicles, at least 100 of those into Ukraine would be pretty significant. So aside from long-range precision fires, yeah, we need to get Ukraine IFVs, especially given the mud situation. Wheeled vehicles do not fare too well with the mud right now.
Thanks a lot, Colby. Just a short admin note. We are having a few issues seeing your requests. If you are requesting to come up, please send me or Anda a DM. That way we know you're there and what topic you have. And then we'll try to bring you up. We have ways around it, but short admin note there. Thanks a lot, Colby. Let's go to Ziad.
Thanks, Charles. I'm Ziad Fazl. I'm an engineer in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I just wanted to follow up on this 1.5 ton load or payload that I'm hearing about restriction for the Kerch Road Bridge. Can someone send me any link on that, either reply back to the tweet for the space or DM it to me? I heard this last night. I forgot to dig into it further. But yeah, I'm curious about this, where it's coming from and what more about it. I'll do some digging. I'm currently working this evening, but I'll do some digging and come back after work.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ziad. So for those who are listening, when we were talking, I mentioned the Canadian engineer that we were discussing with yesterday. That's Ziad. Welcome back. Thanks for coming. Maybe just for the listeners here today, we talked quite a bit yesterday regarding transformers and electricity grid and the infrastructure in Ukraine. And we talked about structure, talked about capabilities, talked about the different equipment and so on. Maybe can you just summarize a little bit about the challenges of repairing the Ukrainian electricity grid quickly, and why, when we see these attacks that hit switching stations or substations and so on, and then we hear comments like out of or reports out of Odessa, for example, that it won't be completely repaired until spring next year. What are the challenges that the Ukrainians are trying to overcome, and Victoria, as she mentioned, is trying to overcome by discussing with Western partners?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, that was worth bending my sleep cycle for. So I should just preface my comments by saying I'm an industrial engineer, not an electrical or a power engineer. I have a few colleagues that work in that area, and I've worked with them on projects. But you had one of the guests. I think it's one of the guests on the show yesterday was a power engineer, and I was able to talk with him the way I would with a coworker. It struck me as I was speaking with him that if you think of Ukraine's electrical or power distribution system or power generation, transmission and distribution system, it's very much like a living organism that has developed over decades. And so over time, power generation has occurred in spots, whether it's nuclear or thermal or other. Transmission, which is the long distance carriage of power from one area to another, generally intercity, interregional. And those can be 300, 400, 500 or more kilovolt lines. So you've got this living organism of generation, which is power plants. You've got transmission, which is long distance movement of power from one region to the other. And then you've got distribution, which is sharing of that power to communities, to cities, to neighborhoods. And that's usually done using substations. And it's these substations that are being attacked by Russia. And so, even if you had a wonderfully centrally planned economy and a centrally planned electrical engineering power network for generation, transmission, and distribution, over time, you're going to have this beautiful chaos where new, largely private sector generation facilities are created. Humans live where they want to live, so they're going to create demand in different spots, and that's going to create needs for transmission of power there, and then distribution of power there. And then this is all happening over decades and decades. So it's not like you've got a bunch of Lego pieces that are fairly modular and fairly standardized that you can just swap out and swap in. Some of the equipment may be 50, 60 years old. So when it comes to replacing substations, for example, that have been destroyed by Russian attacks, that item may be one of a kind. It may have been custom made. There may only be 5 of it in the world, and it may not have been made for 30, 40 years. So it's very hard to find a replacement. The other thing that I was pleased, Victoria, I've heard it 2 or 3, I think 2, maybe 3 times before on these spaces. I appreciate the way she's striking a balance between informing us about where the challenges are for Ukraine, but at the same time protecting confidentiality and protecting negotiations that are going on with different manufacturing companies and with different countries around the world. And one of the opportunities that I thought about, which I think from her technical sourcing teams, they may already be working on it, but I just wanted to talk about the promise a bit more, is transformers that have been built with PCBs as the transformer oil. And so what transformers are is a way of stepping down power from, let's say, for example, just pulling numbers, 16 kilovolts down to 4 kilovolts. So you'll have windings, magnetic windings of, let's say, 16 on one side and 4 on the other side, and this, by the conversion of electricity into magnetism and back to electricity, steps down the voltage, just very simply speaking. So this core of a transformer, this iron core or electromagnetic core of a transformer, when it's operating, creates heat. And so you need to circulate an oil through this transformer to dissipate the heat and also to improve in the electromagnetic transforming process of voltage up and down. So in the 1920s or so, polychlorinated biphenyls were developed to manage this, to provide this oil. And they became commercialized, and They're based on the good old benzene ring that those of you who took organic chemistry will remember. And this is a polychlorinated biphenyl, which is a double benzene ring where some of the hydrogen has been replaced by chlorine. And it's been done in a very stable way. So chlorine normally adds toxicity, but in this case, it's been done in a stable way. Thermally, this is very stable. You can heat it up a lot without it breaking down. Excellent electromagnetic properties. And for a long time, the understanding of toxicity was very low. But in the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s, incidents with transformer fires or this oil used in heat exchangers, let's say in food oil manufacturing, there were some leaks of partially combusted PCBs, and they created PCDFs, or polychlorinated dibenzofurans. And these are very nasty, and they have acute health effects as well as long-term health effects. So around the world, since about the 80s and 90s, PCB transformers have been stockpiled, and held for storage, some with the PCB oil still within the transformer, and some with the PCB oil drained into 200-liter drums and kept aside. And the plan had been that over a period of decades, because it's very hard to change over all of the world's transformers from one medium to another, the plan had been to destroy all those PCBs, because their benefit of being very, very stable for decades is also their downside. So when they are leaked into the environment, they stay forever and they bioaccumulate. They're lipophilic. In other words, they stick into our body fat, and they bioaccumulate in things like breast milk. And so the plan had been to destroy them. And there's a couple of places in the world that I know fairly well, one being here in Alberta and the other being in Pontypool, Wales, where the whole business case for these facilities was built around completely incinerating these PCBs, which takes a high temperature. So it's generally exothermic. Net, you get energy out of it, but it's a very high temperature, expensive process to build and operate. But there were some more incidents of spills on highways and rails, one in particular in Ontario where a truck leaked PCBs and a pregnant woman was driving behind it and got exposed to this splashed PCB. And so a lot of this destruction plan got shut down. And for other reasons, the business cases for some of these incineration plants got damaged. So my understanding is around the world, there are stockpiles of transformers, full and empty, and PCBs that have in drums that could be redeployed into Ukraine's network. And of course, there are environmental and human health considerations to look at, but when you have 50% or more of Ukraine's substations, transformers, switching yards destroyed by Russian aggression, and it's obviously their plan to continue that as long as they can keep buying the missiles and landing them, that this is going to be a serious challenge with its own human health and environmental effects within Ukraine. So there's going to be a trade-off, I think, that needs to be done. And yeah, I was just fortunate. In my third year of engineering, I did a term paper on PCBs, and I remembered it reasonably well last night. And then, one of your other guests, the power engineer, spoke about it, and Victoria spoke about it, and my 4 brain cells connected well together, and I was able to remember this to some level of detail last night. That's, when you think about it, we talked about this earlier, there's an analogy of vaccination, right? In that generally in the developed world, actually all over the world, the capacity of public health to vaccinate people is basically set on the birth rate of the population. So babies are born within their first couple of years, and they have a series of vaccinations, and that's what the capacity of the system is. And, during flu season in some affluent societies like the one I live in Canada, we're fortunate enough to have annual flu shots. So there's capacity for that as well too. And then COVID comes along where everybody has to be vaccinated very quickly, and it's a stress on the capacity. Even in my developed affluent world, it's even worse in the developing world. So that analogy of capacity of vaccination based on the birth rate is similar to the power transformer and substation manufacturing capacity in the world is it's kind of based on the birth of new communities. So when you have a situation like the war in Ukraine that's destroying half of a country's power transformers and substations all within a year, it's a real stress for the world's manufacturing capacity, which is built around the birth rate of new communities, to now replace an entire country's lifeblood of power. So, yeah, those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Siad. So, yeah, and I think that summarizes our conversation quite well. As you know, the Ukrainians, and despite all of their, we'll say, infrastructure miracles that they've been able to achieve, not only keeping the power grid and the heating as up as it can be, but also fixing roads, bridges, other water pipes, other kinds of infrastructure items. There is a challenge here because of the, let's say, as you said, these are not just Legos that you can plug and play, but there may be an opportunity with these, we'll say, stockpiled transformers, albeit they do have a potential environmental cost, which the Ukrainians will, of course, take into consideration. There's the short term, and of course, then there's the long term. So we shall see. But certainly, when we look at the damage to the infrastructure, and of course, this is what we often talk about whenever we have the callers in from Ukraine. Ryan, Verlaine, Victoria, as we had yesterday. It is a real concern, and it obviously affects daily life, and it affects quality of life, and the people are getting on with it, but it has real effects. And so hopefully the manufacturing, the supply chain, the capital, all of the stuff that you need is going to be allocated and ramped up to support. Thank you very much. Anda, go ahead, Siad.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if older transformers that are based on PCBs are removed from stockpile and then put into service in Ukraine, two things. One is that those could be temporary while manufacturing of new transformers without PCB cores is happening. So it would be an interim solution. And secondly, because of the risk of damage to the population health from a PCB transformer being struck and set ablaze, and the release of PCDFs, polychlorinated dibenzofurans, etc. That's a consideration as well. But that would also be part of, I would hope, the world's expectation on Russia to behave better. So if destroying, as their intent is, Ukraine's power distribution system, forces Ukraine to use PCB transformers in the interim, that will be greater emphasis on Russia not to strike again because of the risk to the world from this, right? PCDFs are primarily a smaller in geographical range catastrophe, not like, let's say, a Chernobyl cloud that would go over an entire continent, but it is a consideration, and it's an important thing that we, as a global community in supporting Ukraine, need to impress upon Russia is it's not quite nuclear weapon or not quite biological weapon, but the consequences of striking and setting ablaze PCB transformers could be quite serious. So it's another thing that we in the global community would need to impress upon Russia not to do.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have much.
Sorry, kind of an ominous tone in my thoughts there.
No, it's okay. I just, it's, the Russian Federation has proven time and again that not only do they not have respect for lives of Ukrainians, they don't have respect for their own lives. And so, unfortunately, I highly doubt that very valid consideration would even enter their thinking at all. But you're right. But I would, it's Russia. Well, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, it's Russia. We know how horrible they are. Torture chamber for children discovered in Kherson yesterday. I don't even know where to start, or I don't even know where the bottom is. Anda.
Yes. I will. So you were discussing about transformers, and I was just looking on the media, like in the last month, and why am I doing that? Because on November 28th, Dmytro Kuleba spoke at a joint news conference with Nordic and Baltic foreign ministers about Russia's attack on Ukraine, and he requested transformers and air defense, right? And I was looking at the news and the transformers that I can see, and not only transformers but also generators that were sent to Ukraine in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And the mobilization of effort is absolutely fantastic. I think we have discussed this, Charles, previously, about the fact that I see an increased support of Ukraine from all sides, and I think this annoys Russia to no end. So Czech Republic is sending 400 power generators to Kyiv and another 226 to Nikolaev. This is from December 25th, so yesterday, right? So this is from Czechia, from the Czech Republic. Azerbaijan has sent humanitarian aid to Ukraine, including 45 transformers and 50 generators. Germany has sent 470 generators. France has sent 100. What else? Spain has sent 135. So actually there are 107. These are transformers, not generators, from Spain. 107 are for current transformers, and 28 are voltage transformers. And this was on December 13. So I think at some point people realized Ukraine, when Ukraine says, I need this and that, they really know what they are talking about. And we also have seen a ramp up in the armament Ukraine is receiving these days. And I really hope with all the help, and if God's willing, we will see tanks in Ukraine. Be them Leopards or T-72, or I don't care, Abrams, Leclerc, whatever. they may not be the best ones, but and Olaf Scholz, I think at some point he will sign that release document. It's ridiculous by now. But seeing all this, it gives me hope. And I wanted to share another piece of news on grain, but I see Daniel is up, and I want to let him first. I want to let him talk first.
Good morning, Anda. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I hear you very well, and just remember something. Did you saw any war past century where the aggressor is so lonely? I try to connect it. Third Reich have a lot of allies, not just Japan and Italy, well, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Bulgaria. They had a lot of allies. Even some foreign legions from Spain and France fight for Waffen-SS. Probably Japan was in, but not even them, because they were part of the Axis. I look at North Korea. North Korea had help. China, Soviet Union, part of the Warsaw Pact. Vietnam, again, they had a lot of help, North Vietnam, from Cambodia, Laos, to Soviet Union, China, and a lot of countries who were not directly implicated. So this is a big difference. I know people are annoyed by the statements put it by India calling more, how I can say, less implied in the war in UN resolutions. Chinese selling them some kits, I don't know, weird Alibaba body armor and helmets, some inflatable things, some tents, weird stuff. But they don't help them. They can help them very hard. Then look at allies of Russia is Eritrea, Nicaragua, the regime of Bashar al-Assad, which even didn't control his country, Iran, which is in a big turmoil, and anybody else? North Korea? I forgot North Korea. Kim Jong-un is a great ally to have. I think everybody is very happy. Probably former President Trump was. He's a great man. He loves me. And Ukrainians, in 2014, probably they were totally disarmed. Moral, it is not easy to put civilians with t-shirts and, I don't know, climbing equipment and with a Kalashnikov in your hand to try to free Mariupol and succeed. And from there to now, you say, please offer us, I don't know, Grey Eagle, Patriot battery, Leopard 2 tanks. The jump is co-interested. Agree. Europeans need security. Europeans need to give Putin a lesson. But the scale, the lens, what we watch this conflict, how I can say, yesterday I made some calculation in my head. So maybe 300,000 reservists trained by Russian Federation will try to storm some position, pushing human waves with Kalashnikovs, the scavenged BMPs and P-62s, some Grads, the commercial fighter pilots becoming Sukhoi pilots, and trying to get something before total collapse. And I don't see hope for them. I, you see refineries burning, bridges blowing up, everybody trying to get the insurance for buildings which they are totally useless now. You know, if you see a big tower in Moscow in construction, imagine they don't have elevators for them. Elevators are made in Finland. They need to manage the butter, the sour cream, which were made by Finnish and Danish and Swedish companies in Russia, and now they need to manage without Tetra Pak packages, importing cheap tires, again, Alibaba, selling discounted oil to India and China, and this will grab them a lot of oil at discounted prices, losing money, trying to imagine what to do with the gas, which sometimes is secondary product, sometimes is poorly a great source of revenue for past 50 years for Russia. And now they try to make it LNG where they can. And I don't understand. If you are Elon Musk and you want to set fire on your billions of dollars, yeah, I understand. You can have this idea. But for Putin, Russia, they can't go to North Korea scenario. They don't have it. There is no North Korea scenario. There is no, I don't know, make a deal with China. Sell lands, send firms, send companies, and get some respite. I don't see it. There is no exit for them. For Ukraine is a nightmare. Their cities are bombed. People are in horrible condition because these psychopaths. But they have hope. They have a future scenario. Get in European Union. Even candidate status is already good. They have half of the economy down, but they don't look at the future and say, look, our country will look like Grozny, like Aleppo. And also they're winning. They are winning considerably. And what do we expect? January, February, a new struggle to storm Ukrainians, and these guys will go to counteroffensive, get Melitopol, strangle the Crimea, get thousands of prisoners, tanks, and ATVs, and they will say, now Russia, what we can do? There is no exit. Why they don't stop? Why the Russians are so stupid, want to destroy their life, their family, their country? I never saw something like at this scale. It was so moron. American Journal about, let's think about peace terms. And everything he said was okay. How to plan the peace before to get there, how to get the conditions. They are very similar with Ukrainian opinions. Except one, the fear of breaking Russian Federation, which author underlines. is the will of Eastern European countries. Of course it is. Of course it is. And John Howard, which is a great, great military from Britain, always says is a nightmare scenario. And I understand why. Back to 90s, when Ukraine signed the Budapest Memorandum, was all about nukes. Not Kiev cannot manage the nukes, just corruption and going on the black market. But if we manage in the 90s, I think we can manage with Republic of Bashkortostan and Irkutsk Autonomous Region to sell their nukes for, I don't know, commercial relations, sanction lifting, no visa for Europe, things like that. I am very, 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 very optimistic. Very optimistic because next week the Donbass will freeze.
I love your enthusiasm, Daniel. Truly, I do. And it is true. The weather is getting worse, and that is a good thing, actually. We discussed this with Charles yesterday. If the ground will freeze, the mud will freeze, and then the maneuvers will be much easier to be performed. Nick, welcome up.
Thank you, Anda. I wanted to, he's dropped, but I wanted to thank Ziad. I thought his very kindly, very humanistic, very compassionate presence and words were a revelation to me. I really appreciated him. I'm sorry he's gone and can't hear it. Danielle, your analysis is always, I find it always spot on. And when you start it with sarcasm, I love it even more. It was great. Thank you. I agree with you completely. Criminy, I just got a notification and now I'm suddenly distracted from what I wanted to say. But the past several, or actually the past many minutes on this space have been well worth listening to, and I'm really glad I'm listening in. May I please raise my hand again when I remember exactly what I wanted to say in response to the last 3 minutes. And in the meantime, please remember that Maria Aid is the premier no overhead, all money going to Ukraine charity that you might want to consider for your end of year donations, be they for Christmas or New Year's or whatever your, if you're Iranian, for the December 21st. Although, of course, if you're Iranian, you probably have more important things to donate to than that. But anyhow, thank you for letting me blather, and I will raise my hand again when I remember what I wanted to say pointedly to everybody that was speaking moments ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. I have Danielle, which I think wants to respond to you, and then Joseph.
Thank you, Nick. No, it's not related. I remember something like this. Russophobia, right? We are called Russophobes. And I'm happy to say I'm Russophobe. And if the states and political leaders need to set the peace terms, and I love it a lot, what United States did is the Zelensky job to set the peace terms. Let's make something new the condition for forgiveness. Gonna be to forgive Russians' support for your military genocide in Ukraine. We need to set conditions. How we can get the visa for my country. How we cannot be bullied on the street because speak Russians. How you can make to agitate your Russian flag on my country. We need to set conditions. First, never address me in Russian. Second, I don't give a fuck about Pushkin. Take your ballot and shove it in the...
Daniel.
Yes, agree. Okay. But you know the idea. Let's set these conditions. Because sometimes people exploit tolerance, our values. Everybody is equal in the front of law. Everybody have the right to be treated with respect and dignity. But not for Russians. Never for Russians. It's time to set terms.
Joseph, do you want to add to this, or you have a different topic?
I have a different topic, I guess, if Nick wants to round this off.
Yes, I think so. Nick, please continue.
Thank you. I want to point out that this is, well, give or take 3 or 4 hours, this is roughly my bedtime. And I regularly go to sleep with Maria Report still playing in my iPod, because even though I sleep through most of it, when I toss and turn and the Bluetooth speaker is audible enough, I glean bits and pieces of valuable information that I then drift off again to. And y'all are miracles, and all of you, and yeah, just the Europeans, especially the Eastern Europeans, who contribute to this space, are absolutely wonderful. I appreciate all of you. You know what it's like to be fearful of a monstrosity out of Muscovy, and I really appreciate hearing all of it. So thanks. I'll stay on the speaker panel if I remember whatever the heck I wanted to say earlier, but I'll probably drop off in a few minutes if I can't. So thank you very much for letting me speak. And please carry on, Joseph. I'm interested in whatever you've got to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Joseph?
Well, my question is for Colby, if Colby is there. Colby. All right. So last night I was asking about the Leclerc tanks, but Axel is here, and Axel, of course, being the founder of the hashtag Free the Leopards campaign, I felt like he wasn't giving me an honest. He wasn't selling me on the Leclercs, Colby. He was pretty set on the leopards, I'll put it that way. And so I don't know, I guess I'm just going to ask you, broadly speaking, right? So first off, as far as I understand, I'll just explain like my understanding of it. The Prime Minister of Ukraine went to France. He said on French national television, hey, why not give us some Leclerc tanks? That'd be pretty sweet. And more or less, of course, it's a rough translation. And it's not really something that comes up a lot. In other words, we're here answering questions about Ukraine all day, and it's not very often that someone comes up and says like, "Hey, when are the Leclerc tanks coming to Ukraine, guys?" Right? But so it's not really something I've considered very often. But you pointed out, Colby, a while back that it does have an autoloader, which means it's a 3-man crew. which means you don't have to suddenly find a bunch of extra guys to man your tank crews. There might be some utility to that, right? So I guess I'm just wondering, Colby, are there selling points to the Leclerc tank beyond the autoloader? Do you think it's a good choice for Ukraine, or do you think that more or less Axel's right and like we should focus on Leopards going?
So I am not Axel. My biases against Leclerc are probably not what his are. That said, my biases are fairly well known, I think, by the audience. I will do my best to remove myself from those biases. So in the
No
Leclerc,
Abrams allowed. No in this scenario, Colby. No Abrams are going to Ukraine. It's got to be European tanks. Sorry, I'll shut up.
I wasn't even gonna suggest Abrams. Axel is correct. Leopard remains the best choice for Ukraine. Anyway, so in Leclerc's favor, Leclerc does in fact use a three-man crew with an autoloader. So as you said, Ukraine doesn't need to find and train loaders for their tanks. They can take existing tank crews who might be operating a Soviet pattern tank, or a crew that is at least trained to operate one of these Soviet tanks, whether it be T-64, 72, 80, and they can be put into a Leclerc. And the similarities, sort of end at that point. They both have autoloaders and a three-man crew, so it's not a huge advantage, but it is, it's a similarity there, that there's no loader. There's an auto-loading system used in the tank, even though the actual mechanics of a Leclerc or any Western MBT are going to be somewhat different from a Russian tank. So there's that. Problems with Leclerc. It just isn't as good as Leopards or Abrams or Challenger. So it's not bad. It's definitely better than anything the Russians have ever made, but it's still not as good. It's not as good as a weapons platform. Leclerc is not in production anymore, so there's a finite number of them available, which is another reason why France may be less inclined to deliver it, because it's not as if they can just very easily build more tomorrow. Nexter maintains that they can restart production if necessary, but that's easier said than done, especially given global economic circumstances. So any amount that France delivers to Ukraine, they can't easily replace them because the production line is not active. This also means that there's, in general, less capacity to deliver ongoing maintenance and support and spares, because there's just so many fewer of these in operation and no active production compared to Leopard, which is extremely ubiquitous and is operated by numerous countries, and numerous different countries can offer support for maintaining that fleet, whereas Ukraine would be completely at the mercy of the French to provide ongoing support for those tanks, which is not an ideal scenario, because although France has certainly given quite a bit of support to Ukraine, I don't think that relying on favorable political circumstances continuing in France is a good strategy here. So there's problems there with the ongoing maintenance and support of the tank fleet. That's another very big concern. Again, Ukraine asked for them because why not ask, even if it's not your number one option? They'd much rather have other tanks, but they'll take whatever they can get. But just given the reality that France has a finite number, I think it's unlikely that they would be willing to provide very many of them, if any at all. But with an MBT, again, sending just a few doesn't really help. Ukraine is much, much, much better off having a larger number of modernized T-72s, which they are receiving from various sources, and will continue to receive more, most likely, because even aside from the ones that are coming from Czechia, and there's 90 that are coming from Czechia, co-financed by the United States and Netherlands, there is actually a further option for 30 more of those, which is new, and I don't know how much we talked about that in the space, but that came out a few days ago. And then, of course, Poland also still has the capacity to send more, specifically sending more PT-91s. I think they sent a few, but they certainly have many, and as they receive their new tanks from South Korea, they can deliver those PT-91s to Ukraine. So there's capacity there, and it is much better for Ukraine to receive large numbers of those than just to receive a few Leclercs, or really any other system, even Leopards. The system doesn't add very much unless it arrives in sufficient quantities. And moreover, it really needs to be supported with other assets as well. An MBT on its own is not going to be nearly as effective as if it is combined with infantry fighting vehicles and everything else that goes into making a modern NATO armored formation. And Ukraine already has the self-propelled gun component of that equation, and they have some of the necessary engineering assets as well that would go into that. But IFEs are just as important as the NBTs. So this is there's a spectrum of different things that need to happen here for it to really make sense. So I think that Leclerc is unlikely, and if it was delivered, it probably wouldn't be in super large numbers. And in those circumstances, it's not really worth it, in my opinion. Assuming that they can get that and get other things, absolutely. But if the choice in terms of deliveries from France was between Leclerc and SAMP-T, that is an extremely, extremely easy question. SAMP-T 100% over Leclerc, by far, no comparison. Or Scalp even. Scalp is the absolute number one thing that Ukraine would want above anything else that they could get from France. Far, far more important than Leclerc, by a mile, not even close.
And Colby, one follow-up question to that. So as Ben mentioned, there's maybe about 100 of these sort of mothballed right now in the French stockpiles. A couple of French generals had mentioned, these are an option, not that, as you said, it seems likely that it'll happen. But I guess my question is, not to go too deep down a rabbit hole, but I mean, France is generally a pretty, military procurement. As far as European nations go, there are no slouches when it comes to military procurement. So do they have a long-term plan to have new battle tanks? Like, what if they aren't going to make any new of theirs? Are they going to start procuring German tanks, or what are they going to do?
I don't recall what France's plans are for a next generation tank, or whether they are planning on developing something, or if they're going to buy from somebody else. I suspect they would want a domestic system, but I read something about this a while ago, but I can't remember the details. So offhand, I don't know what their plans are for replacing the Leclerc eventually. I don't know. They do have, there are current Leclercs that are in storage, as you said. I don't know what condition they're in. I would have to check and see if that information is available. If they were to deliver something to Ukraine, the sensible thing to do would be deliver tanks out of their current fleet, because those are going to be the ones that are best maintained, because anything coming out of storage is going to be in less operational condition. So if they give Ukraine anything, it should be out of the current fleet, and then they can backfill for themselves out of the tanks that are in storage and have those refurbished and then put into service. So that's what they should do. Whether they will do it, I don't know. I suspect that tanks aren't coming from France, but time will tell. Maybe I'll eat my words on that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Colby. Charles? Or I guess Anda, you got your hand up. I don't know. Feels weird
Yes.
calling on you as a speaker when you're the co-host, but Anda.
The power of habit, right? So what I wanted to say, my only point on the matter, um, is the following. Um, Germany needs a lead, right? Up until now, I know everybody's bashing them, and usually when Charles is up, and after that Herman is up, it's like an incentive to people to come up and bash Germany. But overall, what they didn't slacked on everything, right? And I think it will help them decide to send the Leopards. Seeing someone else doing it, so not being the first to send tanks. I mean, from the west, right? I know Ukraine is going to get T-72s, but I mean new tanks from the west, right? From West manufacturing. I think actually that will be of use for the long term. It will be an incentive for Germany to, because they will not be front and center, the first ones to send main battle tanks to Ukraine from the west, right? And I think on the long term, if France actually does this, is going to be a game changer. Even if Leclerc are not the best options on the market, they will help. It's going to be a head start, right? And after that, if Germany decides in, I don't know, 1 month, 2 months, that they will do the same, I think they will feel more comfortable with this, having someone else sending something first. And yeah, I'm totally for this. Actually, I'm totally for this. So I have hands, and I love hands. Nick, Daniel, and then Ray. Colby, do you have something to add before I go to Nick? I saw your hand popping up.
Just to answer Joseph's other question, apparently Germany and France are working on developing a fourth generation MBT together, KMW, Rheinmetall, and Nexter. This is probably going nowhere. Looking at their project timelines here, I'd be shocked if this actually goes forward and it doesn't get scrapped at some point in time. Because by the time by the time they could actually field this, will be, countries will be working on fifth generation MBTs. So yeah, I don't think that's going anywhere right now.
Yeah, just a short note, Colby. That's one of the items in the dimension land within the special fund, the 100 billion. That's one of the line items in that. They have it in 4 different dimensions. They say air, land, sea, and communication, command and control. That's included in that. But I'm with you. Let's see what happens.
All right, Nick.
Thank you. All this talk about the Leopards finally reminded me what I wanted to speak about, which was I've been listening. I listen when I'm not listening to this space. I'm typically listening to Ukraine-focused podcasts, and one of the very best is from the Telegraph. It's called Ukraine the Latest, and they have been speaking a lot lately about Germany and its reticence to send main battle tanks, even while it's sending many other um, auxiliary weapons, I guess. I'm not sure if that's the right word, and I would welcome any correction. I'm no expert. I'm always looking for clarification and improvements on whatever I share in a space like this. But in the past couple of days, they've been talking about Germany in particular, and into today, and by today I mean December 15th, because I still have 2 hours and 35 minutes of December 15th where I happen to
Boo.
live. Yeah, yeah,
Boo.
yeah, I know. But hang on, let me finish. In the December 15th episode of Ukraine the Latest from the Telegraph, they devoted the entire second half of the podcast to an interview with a German historian and analyst whose name I will not attempt to remember or let alone pronounce. But it was enlightening. And I think if the European cadre of this space listens to that, they may glean ways to pressure Germany much more effectively than an ignorant Yankee like me. So I would just recommend it all to you. Today, or excuse me, December 15th episode in particular, the second half, but the in general, that space, and because it's a space before it's a podcast, they sort of podcast what and embellish the space. So anyhow, that's what I originally raised my hand to say an hour ago, and got distracted by so many really smart people speaking before me, smarter people than me, and thank you all for it. I am now going to very happily drop to listener. But thank you for putting up with me as long as you did.
Thank you, Nick, for coming up and for the idea. Daniel.
I'm here to advocate the Leclercs. First, they are very old tanks. Their armor is homogeneous steel, so no special Chobham armor there. So it will be nice to see explosive bricks, Soviet style, put on a Leclerc. Second, they'll phase out. Probably 20 years ago, French understand their tanks are not so good. Third, the French army is around Navy and their Air Force. Even if they call it the Fifth Republic, France is an empire. They have a huge territories, much bigger than France, around the world. So tanks for them are not interesting. And these tanks in particular, not at all. The fourth is the most important. Never underestimate the rivalry from the European love triangle. French despise British, British despise French, French despise Germans, Germans despise French. And this is very important stuff. And imagine Macron always will love to snub Scholz, always. And I give you an example. First big game changers for self-propelled artillery were the Caesars, which were a jewel extremely appreciated by Ukrainian forces, and they were delivered before Panzer Haubitze 2000. In fact, I think they have a role, Germans, to send their stuff. And the French will love a lot to send 2 brigades of tanks, which are not interesting for them. They will never use in Africa. They're never deployed to Polynesia. Is not something you need when you have aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. And, sometimes small things like this, political reasons, and also French love to build their stuff, a lot of stuff. And the tanks is probably the most unsuccessful development they have. From taking the German Panthers after World War II in their army to all the AMX production, which were very light, very fast tanks, where Leclerc had some heritage. They never developed a good tank. And I think in their future stuff, if they want, they will love to motivate their industrial capacity to develop a new tank. But I think for them, next 20 years, tanks are not interesting. Tanks for them is more like a need to deploy for the NATO exercise deployment of troops in the eastern border. Is not something they need to invade Spain, Italy, or Germany. They have a great navy and very good air force. So tanks will be a nice gift, and also their reputation will get huge boost, and Macron will get a great status like every French president wants.
Ray, welcome up.
Oh, thank you. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disagree with Daniel about French tanks. The MX-30 is actually a very well armored tank, and even though people didn't appreciate that, the French are actually very clever with their tank design, and the MX-30 actually had the frontal glacis armor, which is almost as strong as the Chieftain, which a lot of people are very, very surprised at. But the French were very clever in having their armor sloped at very, very steep angles. And even though the thickness is slightly thicker than the Leopard 1, but because they were sloped at 68 degrees against the threats of that time, it was almost as good as the Chieftain's glasses, which a lot of people are very, very surprised about. Most people forget that, sloping the armor during the days of homogeneous plates were very, very effective against the threats at the time. And contrary to what I think Daniel believes, the Leclerc actually has composite armor. It's not homogeneous armor. And if you just look at the modules, you can see that they actually have non-explosive reactive armor as part of the mix. However, the reputation of them not as being well protected as the Leopard 2 and the M1 is justified because. Partly because of the reason stated that because of France with its empire and its need to deploy overseas, which actually means that they have a lot of wheeled armor fighting vehicles, which could be useful for the Ukrainians, probably more so than small numbers of Leclerc. The Leclerc is less well armored, less well protected than its other contemporaries in NATO, probably comparable to the Italian main battle tank, which by necessity is also much lighter. And the reason why we say that is the UAE actually had deployed the Leclerc during their intervention in Yemen, and they did lose a tank driver to a penetration from one of the larger rocket-shaped charged warhead, which penetrated the lower front and killed the driver. That has never been done with say the other contemporaries. The Abrams actually had, at least in 2 cases, documented to have been hit by very large shape charge in the lower front and not penetrated. So with the Leclerc, if because of its autoloader and 120 millimeter main gun, it is a very potent tank. It's probably as well armored as the T-72, probably better armored than the T-72s, which Ukrainians are currently receiving. And so it's if it's released, I think it's a good thing. I would like to think that it's not an either or of SAMP, the new surface to air missile versus the Leclerc. If I had my way, I'd have both. And speaking about the next generation tank, I'm also less pessimistic than Colby, simply because the next main battle tank is actually one that's cobbled together with a Leopard 2 A7 chassis and a modified turret from the Leclerc. So with an autoloader. So probably something that could be put together rather quickly. So I'm less pessimistic that it's going to take forever because it's just basically, putting two well-tried designs together. And so, now with such a huge investment in just getting back to readiness, this is actually a very sensible way to very quickly get main battle tanks numbers up in both Germany and France, because I guess they'll be sharing the costs and building up the numbers to get them up to the strength that they really would be needing. So that's all from me for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. I think I actually asked Charles at some point about the armors. So it's right on point on what I was thinking. I have another question. Yes, I know. But I have Hans. I will go to Hans first, and then I will ask you my question. John, welcome up, and then Colby.
Thanks, Honda. So on the Leclerc, one thing I wanted to quickly mention, if it hasn't already been discussed, is myself and a few others, we've kind of been, I'll say bickering, but we've been debating the merits of various different main battle tanks and which one would be best to be provided for Ukraine. Obviously, any would be wonderful, but we were discussing optimal solutions. And one of the things to remember about the Leclerc is that, as Ray mentioned, it has an autoloader, but as part of that arrangement, it has a 3-man crew with an autoloader. And if you know anything about the T-64, the T-72, the T-80, or the T-90, they're all tanks with 3-man crews and autoloaders. So that is the unique benefit of the Leclerc beyond its technical specs in terms of armor protection, mobility, firepower, etc., is the fact that arguably, at least from a crew standpoint, I'm not sure on the maintenance end of things, but at the very least from a crew perspective, the Leclerc, of all the main battle tanks that Ukraine's allies could provide, would require the least force restructuring.
Awesome. About the maintenance, I will not. I will just make a small bad joke and then to go to Colby. for French cars, right? If Leclerc are anything like the French cars, the maintenance is not expensive, but it's difficult to be done if it's not done by a professional, because they have very particular ways in setting up their motors, at least for the cars. They are really different from the American or German ones. Colby.
Thanks. Ray, if the French and German solution is to take a A7 hull with a Leclerc turret, and I know that that's what the sort of current plan was. I don't know if they're going to decide to proceed with that. I don't know that you can call that a real fourth generation MBT. It's kind of a rehashing of what you currently have. They can do that. I don't know if that really adds much more advantages over the current platforms when you compare that to what other countries are doing and the amount of new R&D and new technology that's going into other fourth gen MBTs. So they can call it a fourth gen MBT, but I think the most charitable thing you could say about that plan would be maybe 3.5 as opposed to a real fourth generation design. For Germany and France's sake, I mean, good for them if they can actually get that fielded sooner rather than later. I haven't seen any indication that they're going to, have these things rolling off the production line even this decade. And certainly, Charles has discussed the frustration in Germany about getting this special fund money out to contracts signed for that. So I'm skeptical that the German bureaucracy is going to deliver and actually field these new weapon systems. But time will tell, I guess.
Yeah, I agree, Colby. I mean, I think when I looked at the list on the special fund, there's a lot of stuff there. And first of all, the list is so long that, you kind of like it's unrealistic, I think. I mean, there's F-35s in there, and so, but a lot of these things will happen. But when I got to that item, my gut feeling was, oh, not this again. This has been talked about and talked about and talked about, and if you just look at the Eurofighter and how long that has taken. I just don't see this MBT thing. But even if it does come through, what are we talking? 10 years from now?
Yeah, like minimum a decade, I would say, probably longer. But I don't know, Ray.
I would be a little bit more optimistic about this based on previous experience with like the Vickers MBT, the Mark 7, where basically they put their turret on a Leopard 2 chassis and it was ready very, very quickly. I think that's probably one of the reasons why they went to something like this, simply because to go to a completely new automated design, it really is probably not justified. And quite frankly, with the advances in the armor, you've heard of like Mexus and on the 2A7. The secret is not actually the tank changing anything in the tank, but actually the armor, the multi-layered composite armor modules, the thing that actually goes in the boxes that are hung around the tank. So if you take the same argument, the Abrams is very, very old, but I think people would be quite confident of pitting the SCP-V3 against any main battle tank out there right now, simply because this next generation of armor is going to be so amazing that that I think the tank would be very competitive. I mean, we're talking about use of metal foam, two composites with different size bubbles in each, developed in University of North Carolina, and it really has a great weight to protection ratio. And as part of a multi-layer array, this is set to be very significant improvement in the in protection against all sorts of threats, especially the kinetic energy threat, which is very worrying with the long rod APFSDSs. And the Germans, the Germans and the Swiss, which have been developing, their improved modules, they're claiming to be very competitive also. So I really don't think that that just using an old hull and an old turret would necessarily be a handicap. I think this Euro MBT, because of them taking this approach of a proven chassis, and basically just up armoring it, changing out the modules, and then using a turret with a autoloader, which the Germans had not had been thinking about but didn't go with, and now you have this two-man turret that potentially could be upgunned as well. I think I'm actually a lot more optimistic about them being able to field this much more quickly than developing a new vehicle from scratch. Just my thoughts.
Well, we welcome your thoughts. And I'm really, really happy to have you and John and Colby here. And I invite the people who are in the room, in the space right now, to join us in this discussion if they have questions or I don't know, or want to bring something up. They can push the mic button, which is on the left hand side, and ask to come up. If I don't respond, I need to say that if I don't respond, I don't see you. So shoot me a DM. My DMs are open, and I actually actively check them lately, because I know I have this problem with seeing requests. So if you have a question or want to come up, shoot me a DM. I will follow you, and hopefully I will see your request after you drop and rejoin. That being said, let's go to Daniel.
One question for Ray. Very, very simple. What are the impediments for French army or political decision to send Leclerc? Because I don't see anyone, and I don't see any resistance there. I don't see even hesitation. I don't saw French saying, I will not provide this, scalp or SMT or anything. I see them very, very open to present their weapons, to make their great PR with Ukrainian forces. So what are their any motivation for the French not to deliver, for example, Leclerc?
I think you're asking the wrong person here. I mean, my experience with just especially during the Cold War, that the French really have their own minds, and being outside of the NATO command structure for most of the Cold War, and then having this you're familiar with this, having this half gun will travel foreign policy to intervene at every drop of the hat in their former colonies. It's almost like trying to read a crystal ball, trying to predict what the French are going to do and what they may or may not be motivated. So unfortunately, your guess will be as good as mine here.
They sell the tanks to Emirates, but I didn't saw them a very great success story. Is not Leopard. Leopard is a tank very popular, wanted, and I think the French want to pay back. They need this. Macron's stance in politics is always to be the leader, the next Angela Merkel. It is something he wants. He wants relevance. He wants to have a big role, to make the French relevant in international politics. And if you deliver the tanks, for example, just as a position, and of course, not only Zelensky will be grateful, but they will get great coverage. And after we see 2 brigades of Ukraine with French MBTs and maybe IFVs, I think they will get points they lost very, very much because Ocean and other crappy companies like this. And they have all the interest. It's not something like Scholz. I have problems in my party. I have problems in some lands. I have the perception, the positive view. Today I watch in the morning TV5 Le Monde, and I understand a bit of French, and they talk about Ukraine and Russia. And believe me, nothing positive about Russia, and all support was for Ukraine. And maybe the elites want some money, but also I think they are very, very patriotic, very interested to lead Europe, for example. And to lead by example is the best way.
And maybe to show off.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, and just to jump in here quickly, Ray, I want to thank you for your comments on the main ground combat system, the Euro tank topic. It snowed here, so I had to sleep my walk, so I couldn't respond in time. But I appreciate your thoughts there. Now, unfortunately, we've had a technical issue and dropped, and now I can't hear you. So, if you say something, I'll need to retransmit. But let's go to Colby.
France had to bribe the UAE, the sole export customer of Leclerc, to buy it. That is all.
You are a Dalek, Colby.
Not even the Daleks care for the French, it seems.
Apparently, yes. Actually, the first time I read about this news with the Leclerc tanks, it was 2 days ago, and I was during the evening in the space, and I talked about it, and Axel put in front of me a list of order in which order is the preference of the tanks to be sent to Ukraine. So it was Leopard 2, Abrams, Leopard 1, Leclerc. So I let it drop, and then when I saw Colby, I was enthusiastic to have someone, with some remote French affiliation from history, hoping that I will get more engagement. And Colby was like, "No, they're not good. Leopard 1, Leopard 2, yes." And I was like, "Okay, okay." So yeah, they're on the same line at this point. And Ray, please save me from my rant.
I do have to stand up for the French a little bit here. They did rather well in during Desert Storm. Their AMX 30, which were supposed to be the least capable tank in theater, and they shot well. The AMX 30 stood up to everything, including some battle damage quite well. So this denigration of Leclerc, I think, is rather unjustified, especially when you consider the Leopard 1 was really even less well protected compared to the AMX 30, except if you actually put on the Mexis up armoring kit that the Canadians bought and took to Afghanistan. But even there, it's not great. It probably would protect the Leopard, and certainly did protect the Canadian Leopard 1s from the older generation RPG 7 and SPG 9s. Actually had a friend who was very grateful for the Mexis saving his life twice in Afghanistan. So so the Leopard is nowhere near as well protected frontally, especially compared to the Leclerc. And the Leclerc has a very capable gun. It is NATO standard 120 compared to the 105 of the Leopard 1s, and with the autoloader, it can put up a good rate of fire, just like the T-72s and the T-64s. So, and yes, they lost a crewman, but they also got hit in many other places by representative threats. Big 6-inch or 15 centimeter shaped charge warheads. So it might not be as good as the Leopard 1 and the Abrams frontally, but it's better than whatever else is out there in the battlefield in Ukraine. So really give them the due. They if you can get some Leclerc out there, they're going to do rather well. So anyway, I'm ranting now.
Well, you're ranting with facts. I'm just ranting, so that would be the difference. So thank you. I lost John, but my question was, I was mentioning earlier maintenance. That's the word. And Colby said in the long run, spare parts could be a problem for Leclerc because they are not in production anymore. I was wondering if some of the production for other tanks can be adapted. I have no idea. I haven't joked when I said that at least the tanks, the French cars are different have a different setting as access to engine and different parts of the body. So I was wondering if a tank has the same differences, so they are not set up the same, or they are not interchangeable. Right?
Yeah, unfortunately, they wouldn't be, and each tank would have its own unique parts, and that was why I think everybody chose Leopard 2s, because it was the tank that was produced in the largest number in Europe. So it's maybe Charles can comment on this too, but within NATO, of course, there are regulations on how much how much spare parts that you keep in stock to make sure that if you actually have a tank that's in service, that it can be kept serviceable. So the French have the Leclerc in service. They probably have some that are surplus to requirement, and those are probably likely to be the ones that are going to be transferred. But they would have stocked spare parts, and it's also not like parts can be made, and these are the consumable things like tracks and track pins and bogie wheels and other engine parts and things like that probably would need more replacement than others. So I'm again, I'm sounding like a broken record, but I wouldn't be as worried about things like that, which the French is a top tier army participating in NATO, and has keeps the same maintenance schedules and as all the other main forces there. So I wouldn't be as pessimistic about, because if you're going to transfer the tanks, you'll probably have spare parts that support them, and those can be produced. So
Awesome. Thank you, Ray. Daniel.
I can add you some context, Sandra, for your question. Let's say something like this. America, Germany, France, Great Britain hate losses. They hate to lose a helicopter and a plane or a tank. What is different in Ukraine? Tanks are expendable. Guns are expendable. Planes are expendable. Helicopters, Bayraktars, all are expendable. And to accept to get 2 brigades of tanks, and these tanks can evaporate, and you need to change with other, is not something weird in Ukrainian war. I think we have a wrong view about this war. This war is a war of attrition, a war where you compensate losses getting T-62s. Ukrainians are at the margin to remain without T-64s tanks. That's why they were very happy to capture T-72s and T-80s and T-90s, because their T-64s are almost all gone. Because that is the reality of Ukrainian war. This is not Iraq, it's not Afghanistan. You lose a lot of guns, tanks, helicopters, a lot of them. And idea, maybe the French tanks will have some problems, we lose some of them. We must accept it. This is the type of war we have. It's not something soft, interesting, and very American. Just is my conclusion, what I saw, not because I'm military.
Ray, I'm sure you want to answer to that.
I would agree. I mean, it's actually when you look at the studies of how things might play out in a high intensity European war. They were thinking about the Fulda Gap in Central Europe, But this is very much like what NATO was expecting to happen had war broken out, during the Cold War period. And one of the things that really struck me when I took a look at some of those studies was how even back then the expectation was artillery was going to be causing a lot of losses, especially in tank and own artillery. So and it's played out like this also, that the when the Russians were using the heavy barrages, when they were well stocked, well equipped with UAVs to spot and correct for their artillery fire, they were pummeling the Ukrainians and causing very heavy losses, including losses in equipment and tanks, just like what Daniel was saying. So, which is should be very, very scary for the European NATO allies right now, because they've let those things, those expendable things. Tanks are expendable in war, no matter how well protected you are. Right now, the Germans are most furthest behind, and they really need to stock up the numbers. And the British also. I mean, it's ridiculous how they have let their main battle tanks, which weren't very many to begin with, to dwindle down to such small numbers. Seems like it's only the U.S. with many surplus Abrams that seems to be the only one that's likely to be able to take up the slack, and actually the most sensible thing would be just upgrade many of the M1A1s to the SA configuration and hand them out to the European allies. That's the only way. That quite frankly, that seems to me the only way to get to get numbers up quickly. But hopefully, if this war turns out the way that we expect it to, and Russia is defeated, once again we may actually have a threat holiday for quite a while. That had led to this current drawdown in forces, amongst the many of the NATO allies. And I think just one final small point is we're very lucky that the sanctions and the incompetence of the Russians in losing so many UAVs and not being able to get the numbers back up and not being able to have accurate directed artillery fire and the volume of fire that we were seeing in Popasna and Severodonetsk when those places fell. The Ukrainians really suffered, and it's fortunate that because of the sanctions and because of the losses in UAVs and the shortage in artillery ammunition and HIMARS, GMLRS being able to destroy their stockpiles, that we're not facing that same same heavy barrage and heavy losses. So, fingers crossed that's maintained and until eventually I think the Russians will not be able to continue to fight because of all these factors. Now I'm ranting and speaking out my wishful thinking.
Well, sometimes wishes do come true. And I think yesterday I had two people telling me, be careful what you wish, it might come true. So I found that a bit pessimistic, if you start with this idea, you'll never wish for anything, right? So, I see Colby speaker and connecting at the same time. So I suppose he is dropping or I have a glitch. But in the meantime, Herman, welcome up. Good morning. Yes, we had a very interesting discussion for the last, I think, 1.5 hours, whether or not Abram tanks are better than Leclerc, if Leclerc are or not suitable for Ukraine, about the Leopards coming or going, or about spare parts, about armor, yeah, about a lot of things. So it was really interesting, really interesting. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I could listen a little bit into that between dinner, cleaning the kitchen, getting the kids in the bed. Yeah, I listened a little bit into that. It was interesting, yeah. And yeah, why are we talking about the Leclerc again? Okay, just kidding. Yeah, I know the Ukraine asked for it, yeah, and rightfully so. It's a tank, and they're not doing the French any good, and they can use it. They can use them up. They're consumables. They can be put to good use. That's why the Ukrainians asked for them. Speaking of tanks, I saw another number today that, like for 2 weeks ago, there was a number of 80 Leopard 2s that the industry, like Rheinmetall, currently has on hold, on stock. They're ready to ship to whoever wants them first. And I think yesterday or the day before, there was another number. They have another 180 Leopard 1s. They have the same fate, and they're sitting lonely in the stocks and wait for somebody to please take them. So that's what's currently ready in Germany, just to be loaded on the rails and go out towards Poland, and then who knows where after that.
I have a question. I have a lot of questions. I'm sorry. Ray, so you were talking earlier about armor, and Charles explained to me what reactive armor is, or was it Joseph? I think it was Joseph. To be completely fair, I think I pestered Joseph with that one. But yeah, I have, as I have questions, I always have questions. That was one of them. Could you please elaborate a bit? You touched on armor, about Leclerc, pluses and minuses, right?
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes, when there's Colby and John and others who and Charles who have some of the more basic understanding of the technology, that I sometimes get tempted to just throw out phrases and assume knowledge, and I you're reminding me that I probably need to explain things a little bit simpler, and I'm happy to do that. And the Russians actually favor reactive armor, explosive reactive armor, which is basically a sandwich, two metal plates sandwiching an explosive charge, and the mechanism of protection behind this is when that sandwich is hit, the explosive would obviously go off, and the plates will fly apart, and the front plate would fly outwards, and whatever is attacking, usually, in the original version, is when a shaped charge, this is the HEAT, explosive charge that crushes or that transforms a cone into a jet of metal particles that would penetrate armor. and without against just homogeneous steel armor. That's the with the older tanks like AMX-30, Leopard 1, and the M60. The shaped charge would penetrate, almost every part of the tank. Shaped charges can penetrate really very, very thick armor. We're talking about, 360 millimeters of homogeneous steel for just a 105 millimeter diameter charge. When it's a 155 or 152 millimeter diameter charge, it will go through even thicker armor. So the way to counter that was the explosive reactive armor, because the flying plate would disperse the jet and really degrade its ability to penetrate. So that's like generally accepted as a good protective mechanism, and there are refinements of that, because now you have tandem charges. You have some anti-tank missiles and anti-tank rockets having a small precursor warhead that would either punch a hole in the reactive armor, either setting it off or not setting it off, so that when the main charge goes, that it would defeat the explosive reactive armor. And the first generation explosive reactive armor is just one sandwich. But later on, when there are tandem charges, the Russians started putting two sandwiches in a box. Sounds like a lunchbox. But what happens there is that, if one sandwich is set off by the precursor charge, there's another one behind it that could help defeat the main shape charge warhead. So that's how explosive reactive armor works. The Russians love it. The Ukrainians on their main battle tanks, they mainly have this what is called Contact 1. These are the very small bricks that have apparently have two explosive sandwiches inside, so that it can defeat at least the anti-tank missiles and the RPGs that the infantry would be using. But then you also see some much bigger plates on the T-72 M3s and also the T-90 tanks. Those are either Contact 5 or Relict. Then these are what I call heavy plate reactive armor, explosive reactive armor. In addition to being able to disperse the shape charged jets, they can also defeat the kinetic energy, the long rod armor piercing fin stabilized discarding sable ammunition. These are very heavy metal rods that are shot out of the barrel with sabots, which hold them in place. They're much smaller in diameter than the gun, but then that concentrates the mass of this heavy metal rod into a very small striking area, enabling it to penetrate very, very thick armor. And the Russian explosive reactive armor with a heavy plate like the Contact 5 and the Relict, what they're supposed to do is to have a much thicker piece of steel that would fly into the rod and maybe displace it or break part of it apart, so that it would degrade even the kinetic energy armor piercing ammunition and help prevent it from penetrating the main armor. Of course, once you blow up one piece of explosive reactive armor, you leave the area that it had been protected now unprotected, and that was why Western tank designers preferred not to use these heavy plate explosive reactive armor, because they only protect one area against one shot. And the Leopard and Abrams and also Leclerc, they use what are called passive armor. These are multi-layered modules that they're spaced between them, but they have very heavy metal. Like, for example, on the Abrams, you have a depleted uranium mesh that would help break up the long rod penetrators. But it would also have ceramic things that would also help shatter the penetrator and also defeat shape charge jets. And the idea is that with multi layers, that it would attrit. It would make the penetrator lose part of its length, and by the time it reached the main hull, there would be so little left that you can't penetrate very well. So that's how the Leopard and Abrams and the Western tanks differ from the Russian designs, in that they use very thick, very heavy, multi-layered modules to help defeat the armor-piercing and explosive charges. But on the sides of the tanks, it's usually not possible to hang these very thick modules over the whole length of the side. And so sometimes even the Western tanks would put on explosive reactive armor to help protect against smaller shape charge attacks from the sides. And when you anticipate fighting in a urban environment, the Abrams has this whole set of reactive armor that they can put on if they anticipate fighting in close built up areas. So that's a very long-winded explanation. I hope it answered at least some of your questions.
It actually does, and it makes me understand better what's happening, and the idea, and it's true. When it's when everybody is up here, right, and you are all discussing. It's really entertaining to listen, but sometimes some of the details or the reasons behind are lost to me, and probably some of the listeners in the space, because we have a lot of people from the Army who actually do understand and can follow up everything at the level that you're discussing with Colby and John and everyone. But I really enjoyed these moments when I catch one of you and I'm able to ask my questions from the back of the class, like when the lesson is over and you realize you have one small pupil who actually lost half of the legs. And still has questions. That's me. That's me in the back of the class. One more question, only if you have time, because I think you're in North America and it's probably late there. So at any point, if you want to head off to prepare for the night, just let me know. Otherwise, I will take advantage of the fact So at some point, I think first time when I was on the space as a co-host, Colby was up here with us, and he detailed for us the Abram tank. And one of the things that he explained was how the turret of the tank is able to move up and down in order, for example, to hide the tank behind a hill and still be able to aim and hit something that's in front of you that you can actually see. And to my recollection, Abram has the largest degree in which he can lower his gun, basically, right? So my question was, why didn't the rest of the producers take that into consideration or focus more on that, right? Because some of the tanks were designed, for example, in the 60s or 70s or I don't know 80s, but some of them were redesigned, right? And I was wondering why this was not taken into consideration or implemented to other tanks. Does it make sense what I'm asking?
Yes, indeed. And in fact, this was one of the first things that I learned about the differences between the NATO tanks and the then Soviet tanks, and the context was that during the Yom Kippur War, fighting on the Golan Heights, the Israelis were using the Centurion, which was a very big tank, and the Syrians were using T-62s, which we're seeing some, being used now in Ukraine, and T-55s. And there was a difference in the ability of the Western tanks to be able to depress their main guns to a greater degree. That's because their turrets are much bigger and taller. Because if you depress the gun, it's limited by the breech projecting or being swiveled up towards the roof. And as you know, when the main gun fires, the breech recoils some distance. And if you have a low roof and have a relatively small turret, then it's hard to depress the gun very far. And this speaks to a different philosophy. The British, in designing a Centurion, looked into those things and expected that there would be an advantage when you're so-called fighting on the reverse slope, meaning that your tank is actually mainly hidden by being on the backside of a slope, and most of your tank can be hidden except when you move forward, so that the gun now is protruding above the top of the hill. But when you want to fire at things that are down for coming on the front side of the hill up at you, then the tank would need to move forward. And if the gun can be depressed more, it would have an advantage of being able to fire while not exposing so much of itself. Now, the Russians or the Soviets at the time felt that they wanted a smaller frontal area in order to reduce the chances of being spotted or being hit. So the T-62 and the T-55s back then had smaller and lower turrets, which limited their ability to depress their guns, and would mean that if they want to shoot the same way, that they need to expose more of their tank before it could fire down a hill at the opposition. And that philosophy continued to the next generation of tanks with the T-64 and T-72s, which are being used in the Ukraine. Whereas Western tanks like the Leopard and the Abrams, they had continued this this emphasis of more a decent depression angle for the main gun, so that it could fight more efficiently on the reverse slope. So that's just probably because of a difference in philosophy. I think the main gun depression on all the Western tanks are quite similar and greater than the current Russian ones. And that's the main reasons as I understand it.
Awesome.
And yes, I think if you have one more question, I'll take that. But I probably should be getting ready for bed also.
I can get you one more if you want to.
Okay, please. Why not?
So you mentioned shaped charges several times, and for us lay people, we only see people shooting at tanks. So how common are those shaped charges on the battlefield? Are they standard in some types of ammunitions, and we just don't know that, or is this a very specialized type of ammunition?
Yeah, shaped charges have been around for a long time. From World War II with the bazooka and the Panzerfaust. The advantage is it uses chemical energy, the explosive power of of what's in the shell, to penetrate the armor, because it would, as I described, there is a cone that shapes the explosive charge, such that the explosion would turn the cone inside out and shoot a long jet of small metal particles, which would penetrate very, very thick armor. And some of the modern shaped charges has a trumpet-shaped liner, and also have refinements like a wave shaper at the back of the explosive, so that it could optimize the formation of the jet and increase the penetration. So the videos you see of the anti-tank missiles like the Stugna, which the Ukrainians have been using to great effect. You see these wire or laser guided missiles that would that would be guided by the operator to hit a target. These missiles use shaped charges almost exclusively, simply because they don't fly quickly enough in order for it to penetrate through kinetic energy. So they have to rely on chemical energy to penetrate armor. Tanks do have shaped charges, but the main tank killing ammunition would be the APFSDS, the long rod heavy metal tungsten or depleted uranium to penetrate armor by brute force, by the kinetic energy of pushing the penetrator through armor. The handheld anti-tank weapons like the Panzerfaust 3, which the Germans have supplied in huge numbers to the Ukrainians, they also use a shaped charge, but because of explosive reactive armor degrading that shape charge penetration. You now have some of these downward firing warheads so that they can avoid the explosive reactive armor. So the NLAW uses a downward firing explosive form penetrator warhead, which is different again to shape charges. But then the Javelin uses a tandem shaped charge, but it would climb above the target and dive on the roof. So avoiding the explosive reactive armor and attacking the top of the tank. But Javelin would be an example of a weapon that uses shaped charges. In fact, two of them, a precursor and a main charge. Hope that's helpful.
This is most excellent. So, to summarize, most of those reasons for Russian tanks go boom are actually the shaped charges, and most of our favorite videos have been sponsored by a shaped charge one way or the other. Thank you very much, Ray, for being with us, and thank you for the time and the patience with you used to answer our questions, and you have a good night.
You're most welcome, but just since you brought up the Russian tanks exploding, it's actually not necessarily shaped charges that cause them to explode. When a kinetic energy, anything that penetrates the armor, could cause ammunition to catch fire inside the tank. And unfortunately, when ammunition catches fire and so anything that penetrates, like for example, a kinetic energy penetrator hitting main gun ammunition stowed inside the tank, that would cause a fire. And if the fire burns hot enough, it can explode other ammunition that's stowed, and that is what causes the turret to fly off. It could be a shaped charge, but it could also be kinetic energy, whatever penetrates the armor and hit ammunition. Very bad things happen if you stow all your main gun ammunition inside the fighting compartment. And that's why some Western tanks are safer than the Russians, because they store ammunition isolated from the crew compartment. So that's the main difference. And with that, I'll bid everybody a good day, and I will turn in. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, by the way, so, my comment was geared towards those people who have maybe a silent habit of collecting certain videos on their phone and are really fan of Stuttgart and that. Those people exist, trust me.
Okay, thanks. Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night, Ray. All right, Anna, it's us two again. How are we doing?
Yes, indeed. Actually, I wanted to mention two things. One is that I've been receiving DMs of people telling me that they cannot enter. So they had some connection issues. They had to exit the space, and after that they could not reconnect to it. And the message is the phone is not ready for the space, and they can only listen through the website. So they had to go to the computer and connect through the website. So I have two people telling me this already. I am trying right now to see if sending them a link will work for them to join the space. I don't know exactly what's happening. What other bug is there? Where did it land in order to do this? But please be patient with us. We are trying to fix everything. I suppose there is an update or something that has been pushed since it's 8:40, and usually some of the updates are being done during the night, and therefore this could be this could be one of the reasons, right? If the developers are in US and they see it's a lower number of listeners overall on all the spaces at this time of hour, they will try to push the updates and see what's happening, right? And fix the bugs after that. And for us, it's not helpful. So I'm waiting on that. And also, I have a DM, a very interesting DM, and worrisome at the same time from Scribe. He's one of our listeners, and he has been on the panel like yesterday. For example, we saw each other here on the space. So he said 9 Tu-95 are in the air. This was 30 minutes ago, and more rockets inbound. And also 15 minutes ago, from Flash News, it was a tweet that there are expected 60 Russian missiles today to hit. So we are watching this. Apparently 2 Russian missiles are on their way to Kyiv. This is from the Euromaidan, and it's right now. So we are going to we are going to see how is all of this faring, right? What's gonna happen? I hope. Yesterday, Herman, do you remember we had this discussion yesterday? No, the day before. There was an attack on Kyiv with 11 drones. Do you recall?
Yeah, I recall that later they were changed number to 13. They updated the number at one point, but yeah, I remember that one.
To my recollection, they were all shut down. Is that
yes,
correct?
That is correct. Yes, that was correct.
So we must be hopeful today, as we are expecting to see what's happening.
Yeah, so the air raid sirens have been on for, as you said, for more than 30 minutes by now, and so we expect to see now the missiles coming in. At one point, they've been fired over the Caspian Sea again, or the Black Sea, or from inside of Russia. That's about less than 1 hour. That's when you see them coming in, and then what kind of damage they're doing, or if they're going to be intercepted. That will be then there's a further delay behind that, and we hope for the best, and that there is hopefully enough air defense present tonight that they can intercept them all. And let's hope it's not another saturation attack.
All right. So we will see what happens next. In the meantime, I have a let's say fun. in some ways, it is fun. So in the, I don't know, let's say last 3 or 4 months, we have seen Russian forces. I'm searching for words because sometimes they come into my mind in Romanian in the middle of an English phrase, and I'm like, let me rephrase that. So they are putting up a lot of effort in order to dig trenches, right? And there is a tweet from UK Defense Ministry of Defense, and they have a daily intelligence update, which is not focused on what has been hit or the number of, I don't know, but it's a short snippet of an assessment for the month or for the period on a certain topic. And today's topic are these trenches. And they are mentioning the fact that Russians have put an extensive effort to construct defensive positions, and we have discussed this on the space numerous times, and Domen has poked fun on the tetrahedras. Actually, we have that word in Romanian. It's called tetraedru. So it's very similar. I think the origin is from Greece. Anyway, so what they've done, they considered what towns or regions are areas are most vulnerable and where they need to dig up trenches, and they have prioritized, for example, the northern sector around the town of Svatove, and the type of the trench is basically a traditional type. Is, they say, largely unchanged since World War II. And their assessment is that they are inefficient, likely vulnerable to modern precision weapons or strikes. And I remembered, and I don't know if you saw that, in Sevastopol, on the beach of Sevastopol, like in the sand, they have put some trenches there. And I was wondering, what do you do if it rains, right? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's not just that it rains. And if you're so close to the beach, I saw that picture. If you're so close to the water edge, you don't have just the danger of water coming from the rain. It also comes from the ground. That's where a lot of moisture is down there. So you can have the water simply crawling into those beach trenches from the bottom. And I mean, you know the phenomenon probably. If you dig long enough, you find eventually water. And if you directly at the water's edge, there is much more water down there than in your backyard. So, and even if that wouldn't be the case, those trenches there are deep enough for a person, maybe 4'3" or something, like a meter 50 at most. That's about the height that you can have if you want to get your head down there in that trench. So, and besides that, there's water out there. Why you need a trench? It's not that people are walking over that water and attacking you. That's not how that works. I mean, I don't have any military experience, but I understand the utter futility of having a infantry trench at the waterline. I mean, come on. It's just hilarious.
My question was when I saw that, what actually popped into my mind as a question was, why didn't they use the sand, put it into bags, and construct sort of a dig, because you have the beach, and after that you have some concrete alley, right, which will actually be stable enough for you to reconstruct sort of a in a dam, right, from sandbags. And to me that was more logical if you wanted to have a thing behind which you could actually hide or something. I don't know. Something really puzzle me. But what do I know, right?
And I know that sandbags are usually filled by a machine. So you have a machine that has bags coming from one side, and then it has a pipe with sand coming from the top, and it simply fills them up and drops them down, and then people just grab them and can put them on a truck or build whatever support structures for flood or anything else with those. And they probably didn't think that far. I mean, if they already started digging a infantry trench for dwarfs at the Black Sea shore, I can tell you, based on that they didn't plan ahead of what to do with the sand and if there's a secondary usage for that. I mean, sandbags are fine, I guess. They give you some kind of protection if you cannot have a trench. But in this case, I think that's just futile, the entire exercise they down there. And further up in north, they are building more meaningful fortifications when it comes to the entrance to Crimea. They're building some strong points there. And as well as you said, around the Svatobe direction, and also at Melitopol, there's a lot of activity in terms of digging going on, where the Russians are trying to improve their position, as they have learned that just having their military there doesn't help them against an Ukrainian attack.
I completely agree with you. What I in a parallel thought, right? So on one side we have Russians preparing to defend themselves, to hold position, right? In Sevastopol, in Bakhmut, around the Svatove and other places. On the other side, looking from the other side, right? You see, I see people applauding the way Ukraine is defending. So there is a piece of news, for example, in ukreforum.net, in which Bakhmut is so at the OCCE, Bakhmut was declared or is Ukraine states Bakhmut becomes another symbol of Ukraine's invincibility. So there is I think at this point, for example, some towns, even if they are not strategically useful, right, for Russia, they have turned them into symbols for Ukraine, into symbols for freedom. One of them is Mariupol, and now we have Bakhmut, where the war is going on, and the fight is going on for months now, and it's not going well, right, for Russia. They gained some and they lost some, but ultimately they couldn't hold the city. And there was this really interesting thing after they announced, Bakhmut has fallen. They have made the Shamaranda public and declared, this is my land and this is my land. They want to be with me, right? This was basically Russia's statement. Ukraine pushed and took more than half of Bakhmut in 3 days. They were like, okay, no. And this was a planned operation. It wasn't something which was done on the fly. Ukraine was preparing this for a long time, and they fought really hard to get their territories back. But they do hold Bakhmut, right? However hard, after that counter-offensive, Russian obviously wanted the territory back, and they fought for this, but they didn't succeed in gaining more territories. So they tried to go south a bit and encircle, right? And that didn't work out. And I think indeed Bakhmut this battle will be in the books, in history books, for the years to come. And both the strategies from both sides and how they fought will be recorded, will be remembered, just as Mariupol. And because we are talking about Mariupol, have you seen how Russia is actually demolishing some neighborhoods? Herman?
Sorry, I made the terrible mistake to actually browse on Twitter while you were talking and looking for my DMs. And I have a new bug. So whenever I'm not on the space interface, when I'm on the Twitter app and scrolling there, I cannot get back because the space bar is vanished for me, and that little push icon on the top is also gone. And I need to find an old tweet of mine and find the Maria Report account, and then click on the account and then join from there. That's my only way to get back in the space right now. Yes, so but so you were talking about the battle that took place in 2014 for that city. And right now, the battle in 2022 is probably the most grim battle we've seen so far in this war. In terms of ferocity, the Ukrainians fighting this battle because it is beneficial for them. So there has been an analysis by our military expert from the from North America here in the space over the weekend, and that's in line with previous analysis they've given over the months, that Ukraine is choosing the battles and choosing to fight when they can get something out of that. In this case, it is attrition of Russian forces. They know that the entire mobile force of the Russian is behind Bakhmut, and they are ready to attack. They took all of the gear and all of the force and put it outside of Bakhmut, and then sending the troops there to make the breaks through and to make the fight. They're coming in huge outnumbering. They outnumber the Ukrainians vastly by 5-1, 7-1, 9-1. You hear different numbers on the internet, and you don't know which one is true, and maybe the Russians themselves don't know which one is true. They have a very strong force there. And the Ukrainians fight there because they can destroy a lot of Russians. That is the reason for them to have this fight and to agree to have the fight with the Russians. I mean, they don't have to. They could simply say, okay, Bakhmut, it would be a nice hub, but well, let the Russian overextend it, let it take it, and then outflank them from the sides. That's something that I just threw it out as an idea, but they decided not to do things like that. They said, okay, they really want it, they really want to fight, they have to come over 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers of open terrain where we can see them. It's completely flat. There's no terrain benefit for them where they could hide. And then the Ukraine said, okay, let's have the fight. And they fought here. They made that stand. And yeah, it cost a lot of lives for the Ukrainians to do so, because it is a fight. And when you fight, you lose people, you lose material, equipment, and everything. The reason was still that the Russians lose a lot more in that fight than the Ukrainians do. And they probably keep that up until they say, well, we are not interested in having it anymore, and then just abandon the city and let the Russians temporarily occupy them, while they are actually more focused on getting operations in other sides of the front line going that are now weak because the Russians put everything they had behind Popasna, like outside of Bakhmut, to the east side. And that is where they're gathering all their forces in order to keep that attack going. And with every week, it's getting less and less artillery shells and less vehicles they can actually muster and throw out in Bakhmut because they've lost so much already. And the troops they're sending, they send them only once. They're not supposed to come back. That's the way the Russians are fighting. And that part is already in the history books, Anna. That part was from World War I and World War II. There's already an entry for that Russian tactic that has been recorded and has been studied. It's just like somebody never read that book.
Yes, I think you're totally right. And some of the people are paying with their lives, right? Because someone else hasn't done their homework, and they haven't prepared. But anything that helps Ukraine at this point, I'm happy for that. It sounds awful, but it's true. In the end, that's been said, right? That you should not interrupt your enemy when it's making mistakes, because it's helping you win the war faster, right? So if this means less victims for Ukraine, it's good. It's good. And I'm sighing because I saw a piece of news which says that already explosions have been heard, and air defense is working, and this is not only in Kyiv, right? This is also in Kiveri, so in the south of the Dnipropetrovsk region, and basically we are waiting for reports right now. We are looking out for information, and we are looking out for reports from everywhere to see what's been hit and what's happening. As we wait, I have a small change in topic, and we will keep an eye on what's happening, what's been hit. But I have a small change of topic in order to discuss during the wait. And the topic is the Republic of Moldova. I was thinking, you probably know, Moldova is not a very rich country. They decided very, very long time ago they will be independent, right? And they decided that they will be independent for a very good reason. And the reason is they were small. They were between Romania and Russia at that point, and after that between Ukraine and Romania. And they wanted to never be a part of the domestic wars, right? Actually, that's something that was discussed in Romania at some point, but it was Romania actually took a different stance, one which is closer to Ukraine's approach, meaning we gonna defend ourselves, right? We want to join NATO, and we did. And Ukraine also applied for NATO some years back, and they were denied because of the ongoing conflict in Donbass, because of the war, right? Because they were invaded and they didn't manage with the forces they had to completely expel Russian troops from their territories. And the news, because newspapers like clickbites, right? They like to put very bombastic headlines which will drag you to click on it or to buy it. It depends on what you if it's a physical one or an electronic one. And the piece of news starts with the Republic of Moldova increases the spending for defense with 70%. This is for air defense. But this represents 0.55 of their GDP, so not even 1%. So think of it. 0.55 is with the increase. So basically, they haven't spent anything on defense in the last years, right? They haven't prepared in any way for this. And this is why they are so vulnerable. This is why they at this point, their army is really small. And this is why the region of Transnistria, because someone asked on the space, why is Transnistria a problem? Because they have so little, the effectives, the number of people, the number of Russian soldiers there is really small, right? It's 1,050. So it's not a big number of, I don't know, thousands and upon thousands of soldiers. So this question actually was raised in the space. And the reason for which the Republic of Moldova wasn't able to fight back was because they never allocated money for the army, for defense. They said we will solve this on diplomatic channels. We will be independent and neutral. So we don't want to fight. And basically the attitude was, if you don't pick up the sword, right, nobody's attacking you, which actually in real life it's not true. If you're vulnerable, at some point someone is attacking you. So yeah, I wanted to kind of rant a bit on this. Herman, do you have another topic or
No, I want to actually chime in a little bit on this one here. So I heard that Moldova didn't really want to have a military, and you probably have a better understanding here. So my understanding from Moldova is you have Ukraine to the east, then you have Slovakia, I believe, to the north, and then borders with Hungary and Romania. Is it correct?
Sorry, come again? I think I didn't follow. I'm sorry.
So the Moldova does not really want to have a military. I mean, besides the fact that they are probably the poorest country in Europe, they don't really have military because they never really agreed to do that. From the way the political system runs there, they decided to be mostly passive and agree with whatever nation, let's say Russia, for instance, takes the control for the security of that region. Is that a fair assessment that the government of Moldova is not willing to build a military?
It wasn't. It's true. They weren't. So for many years, in Moldova, the government and the parliament were pro-Russians. They have a lot of corruption and a lot of Russian influence inside. And yes, their GDP is really low. they have managed in the last, let's say, 5 years to increase their exports, at least to Romania. I can see a lot of Moldovan products here, and they are really good. Mostly food and wine. Domen will enjoy this. And I at some point I sent this to him because someone told me that the late Queen of England enjoyed Romanian wine, but actually it enjoyed Moldavian wine because the specific brand that was listed there was from Moldova, from the Republic of Moldova. Their soil is really good for wine, and this is one of the things that we can buy. There are a lot of brands, and one of them it's really good, and you can find it in every store in Bucharest, for example. But there are other products from Moldova, especially prepackaged food and pastries, which you can find here from Moldova, and they are really tasty and preferred to other options. So apart from that, their GDP was not, let's say, selling cookies is not selling armament. How should I put that? It brings money in, but it's not something that will bring so much money that you don't know what to do with them. And unfortunately, their GDP is really low. That being said, I don't think the reason behind behind choosing to be neutral was the low GDP. I think it was strategic. Declaring that they are neutral, like official stance, would protect them at the international level, legal level, and will deem them as a non-threat. So they will not be the first ones to be attacked. This would be one side, and the other, the fact that they actually did have sort of a Lukashenko leaders. Dodon, the former president, was pro-Russian. The former president was pro-Russian. He was really corrupt. He encouraged corruption in Moldova, and actually did a lot of harm to his own country, and is now prosecuted. And I hope he rots in jail. Like, yeah, I I don't usually wish harm on people, but there are some people who actually, yeah.
Some people are asking for it, I understand them. All right, I've seen we have now more news coming in about the Russian missile attack on Ukraine. So we've seen many attacks deep into Ukraine, not as far as Lviv yet, but many cities south of Kiev, all the way in the line Kiev to Odessa, I would say, have reported missile attacks. There have been several audible explosions in Kiev itself that might be either impacts from the missiles or air defense taking missiles down. We don't know that yet. And there are also now news of a third wave of missiles being launched at Ukraine. So that this seems to be a very massive attack that's ongoing right now. And we will come back to you when we have more information. Back to you.
In the meantime, I saw, Herman, that we have Chris up here with us. He's from Ukraine, UK. Chris, do you hear us?
Morning, Ander. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
How are you? I don't think I had my hand up, but I'm definitely here. I'm just malamuting and things.
I saw you coming up, and I was really happy because today it was a very glitchy morning for Twitter. We have lots of reports of people that cannot come in or come up, and
Really?
therefore,
Oh.
yeah. So I was really happy when I saw you coming up. I was eager to say hello.
Oh, well, thank you for that. I mean, actually, I was. Well, I've not long been listening to you, but you can obviously hear me, okay? So my mic's dangling around somewhere here. But you know that the conversation about Moldova did actually, interest me a lot, and that. And how was I going to say it right? That obviously the problem is, isn't it, on a sort of like strategic level that the Russians are prepared to invest in the long term in terms of these weak countries and that, and we are not. I don't know if you'd agree with that, and they've sort of like always got their eye, or they've always had their eye on the strategic picture. Actually, what do they talk about these? What is it, 5 or 6 main places that Russia needs to control, geographically wise, and of course Ukraine is one of those, and Romania and Moldova is one of those, and that's why they've got 1,500, or one of the reasons why they've got 1,500 troops, sat in Moldova. But the main reason is because they actually were thinking strategically over the long term, and they said, yeah, okay, let's take this opportunity to put 1,500 troops in Moldova. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
And what do you think?
So, for example, you mentioned trips to Moldova, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that is that we actually, so Romania during communist times, when Moldova was part of Moldova was part of the USSR, and basically Romania was on the other side of the border, right? On the other side of Prut. We actually didn't have and didn't encourage a lot of crossings over Prut. So there are like 2 bridges to get across, maybe 3. I have to check, but I know one of them is somewhere up north near Iași, and the other one is down near Galați. Basically, the fear of Ceausescu, our former leader and dictator. Actually, this is what he was. It was that we will actually be at risk of being invaded. Therefore, he didn't encourage in any way the having a lot of crossings over the river through to Moldova. So also you up until today, and certainly not in the so before the revolution, before 30 years ago, we didn't had a highway to Moldova. There is no highway to Moldova at this point. So if someone, we always laughed that if someone wants to invade us, they will get stuck on the roads, right? Because there is no way to get fast from north to south, for example, through Moldova and to Bucharest. And there were some roads built, some European roads, which are a bit wider, but not enough. So you will have basically 1.5 lanes on one side and 1.5 lanes on the other side. And it's really difficult to drive on them, especially when it's crowded. So basically and another thing is on the same topic, for example, in Romania, from Moldova to Transylvania, you don't have any highway. So you have some crossings over the mountains, which during winter get frozen up. So you cannot actually with a small vehicle, you cannot cross easily from one place to another, yet alone to try to cross tanks and everything else to Transylvania. So I don't know if this was actually so I don't know if this is an urban myth, but it is a reality. We have very few highways in Romania, and I don't know if Moldavia has some. I will check that out, actually, within the country. But bridges and crossings and going back and forth, it's not easy because of that. There are buses and trains which will take you, for example, from Romania to Chișinău. And I have so we have great connections there, and people go back and forth, but not because of the fact the roads are okay, but despite the facts that the roads are so bad and the crossings are so bad. Does this kind of answer your question, or I went off?
No, it really does. And I mean, that like the one thing I have to say is, I'm going to have to come out there and look at all of these things, one day. Definitely on my bucket list, right, to come and actually see all these things. But it's like saying, it's like with the Kerch Bridge, isn't it? Right, it's not actually completely blown up, right, but it's restricted. And I think what you're saying is it's like the same. They're going, well, we won't actually blow the bridges up, right? But we'll just restrict them by not doing anything to them, by allowing them to fall into disrepair, and then that means that okay, we can't move around very freely, but neither could anybody else. If they wanted to invade us, they couldn't move around very freely either, right? And that's like the point, isn't it? But what I can't quite understand is, I'm like, hang on a minute. What did Romania think that Moldavia was a threat to them, that they wouldn't sort out the communications?
Not Moldavia per se, but before the revolution. So you have to consider this. I don't know if you listen to Herman, please help me. I have a or Joseph. He comes on Saturday or Sunday. He has stories of freedom.
Peter Doran.
Peter Doran. Yes. So Peter Doran.
Yeah, I've listened to him, Amanda. I've listened to him. You know, I haven't caught all of them, but I've listened to a lot of them.
Peter Doran had an awesome piece on Romania's last king, who actually was king when the transitioning to communism had happened. And what was relevant in that period and after that, until 1958, was the fact that we had Russian troops in Romania. So after the war was won, Russian troops remained in Romania, just as Russian troops were, for example, in Eastern Germany, which was actually absurd because at the end of the war, for the last year of the war, Romania was an ally of Russia, but Russia didn't treat us as an ally. So they treated as opponents. They did despicable things when they entered Romania after we turned against Germany, and they remained with troops in Romania until 1958. After they were gone, we didn't forget, right? They were here and they were so hard to expel and send home. And therefore, we had a very long border with USSR. So the border started somewhere from Hungary and it ended to the Black Sea. So on two sides, on almost all of our north and all the east, except the Black Sea, we had USSR as border. And it didn't matter who was across the border. So we knew we had Romanians across the border in USSR. We knew they are there, but that didn't change the politics in Kremlin. And the decisions were taken in Kremlin. They were not taken in Chisinau or in Kyiv or anywhere else. The decision was taken in Kremlin. And this is why we were very wary of them. And we didn't saw them as friends, right? Sometimes this is life, right? You were to high school or you are at work, and you have, let's say, people who are on your side, but they are not exactly your friends, right? They are powerful, they are influential. For the time being, they are on your side, but you don't trust them. This is basically the relationship Romania had with USSR. We didn't trust them. We didn't see them as true friends, as a nation who actually wanted the best for both of us. They wanted the best for them. And we didn't forget that. This is why we saw USSR as a threat. This is why even being on the Eastern Bloc, right, part of Varsovia Pact, and so on and so forth, we weren't keen on expanding on strengthening our economic ties with Russia because we didn't trust them. And after 1968, so 10 years after we sent their troops back, when Russia, USSR at that time, sent tanks to Czechoslovakia, and Ceausescu took a stand and said, "This is not right. We are not supporting this." The relationship between Romania and USSR became even colder, right? Because at that point they knew they could not count on us. We started having investments from the World Bank. We started the industrialization, which unfortunately was done in a very communist way. So it was a pain for the population, and a lot of people got hurt. It wasn't organic. It wasn't an organic change. It was a bullying communist fit, right? But USSR saw we actually had factories, right? We started to produce things. And actually, what Ceausescu tried to do was to have, even in this country, which is not very, very large, to have almost everything we need to be almost independent from other states. So a little bit of everything to be built in Romania. From clothes to I don't know, guns, to aviation, to boats, to everything you want. A little bit. We had a little bit of everything here. They were not top quality, all of them, but some of them were, and it kind of gave the population a small amount of pride. And if he wouldn't have lost his mind, right, at the beginning of the 80s, and try to oppress and to pay every debt we had in like record time, probably he wouldn't have ended up the way he did, right? Because in the end, people just wanted him gone in any way possible. I am trying to add Alex. I am really looking forward to see him. I haven't seen Alex in ages, and actually as a co-host, never. So this is a first, and I'm very happy to see you up, Alex. Welcome.
Good morning, good evening. You're talking about Romanian history, Romanian modern history, which I enjoy immensely. So I thought I'd see if you needed some help. But you seem to be doing quite well, apart from obviously being Romanian. Yeah, no, I just I was Chris, I think, asked about the nature of these small states that don't exist. Used to be the way they were described. These, I think, the current phrasing is pseudo states, specifically referring Moldova, but Moldova. But you can also look at them more broadly. The issue is that each of them arose out of specific historical and political circumstances within within each region that it developed in. As Ander has pointed out, Romania and Moldova, although they share a common language and to a greater or lesser extent a common past, they don't share a common modern history. Moldova has mostly been part of the Russian sphere of influence, whether it's been in the Russian Empire or the Soviet Union. And the existence of, the Pre-Nistrian, whatever they call it, Transnistria, is basically similar to the way in which Russian enclaves in the Baltics developed, in that it's sited primarily around areas in which industrialization primarily occurred. So Russians were brought from Russia into Moldova in order to develop the industrial base in Moldova. At the end of the Cold War, there was quite a brutal civil war, which left Russian separatists in control of a lot of Moldova's industrial base, which has essentially handicapped Moldovan development to the point where I think it is the poorest country in Europe, or very close to. It's a base for organized crime, primarily crypto these days. They don't really mind what they get involved in, anything from human trafficking all the way through. Did the Russians do this deliberately? I would say that they deliberately cultivated cultivated circumstances without necessarily knowing what the outcome would be. And this is a pretty standard thing you see shot through Russian foreign policy and internal policy as well. You sort of take this laissez-faire approach to events, and you simply invest in whatever pops up in order to reap any potential reward further on down the track. So yeah, I'd hesitate to ascribe this kind of 4D chess kind of conception of how these pseudo states developed. I'd suggest that rather they're each a product of their own individual circumstances, and then the Russians just doubled down and made things worse. So yeah, I'd say that it's two in the hand is two in the bush is worth one in the hand, that sort of thing, if that makes sense, Chris.
Yeah, I was just actually the other day, Alex. By the way, good morning, good evening, whatever it is, where you are. The other day, I was just like thinking, yes, life on the Russian border, and then that prompted me to go look and see how many countries are on the Russian border, which I think, if I remember correctly, is something like 14 or 15. But I was quite curious to note that they missed out Japan, like over your way, which of course where there's actually a conflict. But yeah, I'm understanding more now about that, the situation, that actually the threat was more Russia than it was Moldova, I think is being said, and I understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, we tend to think of the Warsaw Pact in terms of that specific kind of threat, as Ander explained. Ceausescu's regime was primarily a nationalist one with Soviet trappings. Like it was a authoritarian kleptocracy. That's basically the best way to describe it. and it was horrible and awful and should have never happened. And the West definitely should never have supported it, but they did, and that's what happened. But it was always nationalist, and so the regime perceived the USSR and the Russians particularly as a specific existential threat, especially after 1968. And so a lot of the sort of, wheeling and dealing that Ceausescu did and leveraging his position between East and West was precisely to protect Romania from any potential threat, or his Romania from any potential threat from the USSR, and almost certainly not from the West insofar as, actual invasion, aside from toppling his regime, I think would be his perceived threat from the West. But I'd be happy to be corrected on that. It's not something I have particular knowledge on. So, but yeah, the USSR was always the primary threat, and that was how Ceausescu positioned himself and his regime throughout his regime.
Actually, to add to, just a second, to add to your point, I actually looked up for this. Romania had since 1970s, I think. We have our own aviation. We have some small fighters, which can be used to, for example, train pilots at this point. And we have helicopters, which are produced here, designed and produced. We have tanks, which are designed and produced in Romania. We have
I'm sorry to do this, but
yes,
there's some stuff going on. Twitter, the things are afoot with Twitter Spaces, folks. As I'm sure you guys might know. All I could say is, hey, don't leave, because you might not be able to come back. I think me and Herm have the key to all this. We haven't updated our Twitter app in months, and we don't have any problems. Anda, I interrupted to say go to work. You're super late. I'm sorry. I got distracted by all the Twitter happenings.
no problem. I got distracted because I was talking here with Alex and with Chris, and it was so interesting. And I will just finish up my point, and then I will drop. So what I was aiming at, beside building a small local armament industry, we bought airplanes from Russia, because this was the only option at that point. And we had over time over 400 MiG-21s in here in Romania. When the revolution happened, we had in working condition 110, and this is like a small country. This is not Ukraine, right? This is a small country, and we had 110 MiG-21 airplanes working. We had, I think, 20 MiG-29s at that point. And basically, this will give you a fair assessment how big of a threat we thought USSR was at the time. So our army was per se, the people were not really very well trained. That I can tell you. So it wasn't a professional army, it was a conscripted army, just like Russia's. It was a mandatory service for every for every Romanian every male over 18 to go to the army. It was 1 year for people who didn't have university degree, and 6 months for people who did. And basically you learned to shoot at the range, and some of them had a bit more training than that, but it wasn't a professional army. Some of the conscripted soldiers were, after the initial training, they were used in construction and in agriculture and in other places where you needed workforce and things moved or done quickly. So that was not military training, right? And that changed after the revolution, actually, for Romania. But on the paper and from equipment point of view, Romania did had a lot of assets that actually show the fact our foreign policy was very wary of USSR and its capabilities, and the fact that they tend to invade, right? We were very aware of the fact that they tend to invade neighboring countries when it suits them, and they haven't changed just because they changed name, and they are not USSR anymore, and they lost some of the countries on which they had a grip on as USSR. The main view from Kremlin is the same. They haven't changed their opinion. They haven't learned anything, and they are basically invading everything and everyone who is in their way. So yeah, I don't think from this point of view we were so wrong. I think we saw a correct thing, a correct trend in their foreign policy, and it was a good thing, the fact that we were somehow prepared for every eventuality. And I'm sorry, Chris, I interrupted.
No. And this conversation to be continued, because I think Christmas has come early for me, because I get to say, go to work. and we'll continue this conversation another day, unless you don't have to go, of course, in which case we can continue now, because I put the Malamute in on hold a minute while I'm talking to you.
Actually, I do have to go to work. Today is Friday. It's still a work day for me, and I don't. I cannot. I cannot bypass. I'm sorry, but thank you very much, and thank you for coming up. Thank you, Alex. Really nice to see you up here, and Joseph and Ben, Herman. Thank you for co-hosting with me, and thank you everybody for your patience. I know Twitter is really glitchy, and I hope I can come back up at some point. So yeah. Well, goodbye.
Sorry, Anda's work. Hopefully Anda makes it to work on time, everybody. Anyways, I'll be up in a moment. Herm, it's a crazy time on the Twitter. I think you and me have the right idea, just never updating our Android ever. Herm and I both, we updated it a few times. It didn't fix any of the problems we had with Twitter, and we were like, it's not fixing any of our problems. It's probably going to break something. It's probably going to make something worse. They're probably going to add something we don't like. So let's just leave it. Let a sleeping dog lie. And that's probably says something about our life philosophies, Herm. And I think right now it's paying off because we're not having the same problems everyone else is. But a lot of people are experiencing problems. So we do apologize. Of course, it has nothing to do with us. It's all Twitter. But if you guys are having any troubles accessing the space, or people who are, I guess I'm not really speaking to people who can't get in, we don't really have any super tips yet, except don't update Twitter, I guess is kind of the warning. Hopefully it'll be fixed. Aside from that, I don't really know what else to say, except the show must go on, right, Herm?
Yeah, so I spent a better part of an hour DMing with listeners who cannot get in, and it's a bit frustrating. Some people manage to get in still, many don't. One advice is probably we should tweet that out from the host account, is that apparently the web version works, so at least you can listen there. So you could never become a speaker on the web version, but listening should work on the web app, like on the web browser.
Yeah, it's good information, Herm. Yeah, so if anyone has any tips about what worked for them, like a lot of people aren't even able to use the button to get in, so that seems to be a big issue. So I don't know if you figured out a way to get past the blockade on Twitter Spaces or whatever's going on. Maybe something broke. Who knows? It's I sort of feel like, Herm, we're the band on the Titanic. We got to play. We got to keep playing, Herm. We got to play our violins and everything will be all right. Now, I will say this, of course, we have our own website, mariareport.org. We're not going anywhere, no matter what happens, and we will be here, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until Russia is no longer occupying Ukrainian territory. So please do, of course, check out our website. Make sure you bookmark it or what have you. If for any reason, God forbid, Space Karen forbid, things were to happen, you could always go to our website, mariareport.org. So I will leave it there. Now, I know we were talking about some stuff with Onda before. Herm,
Joseph, before
go
we
ahead.
go somewhere else quick, on that webpage there will be a link in a very short notice to the next space that we will host, where we can exchange whatever platform that might be when Twitter Spaces completely goes down. There will be an alternative very soon in the timely fashion, and we can interact again in this conversation. Sorry, Joseph, back to you.
Yeah, no, thanks. And it's we can still tweet out from the main account, obviously, and stuff. But yeah, that's the idea, right, guys? I don't want to say that right now we're leaving, and all this, or say anything final, or I don't want to alarm anyone, but I do want to calm people down who might be concerned that, if Twitter Spaces went down, we'd just be like, well, that's it. We just pack it up. Like, no way, right? We're a big organization. We have a lot of people. We have a lot of, capacity within the organization to figure another solution out. So, I'm not saying that's happening right now, or that we need to do that now, or anything like that. But if it needs to be done, it will be done. We're very committed to what we do here, and we're not going to let this stop us. But we're going to do our best here. We're gonna work with what we got, and it's the internet. We're used to, at least I'm used to, being moderated and banned and things not working and all that stuff. Herm, I mean, how do you feel about it all? Just roll with the punches, right? That's just how it goes, I guess. Anyway, so I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm hang up in DMs here for user support. So what happens to my app is, actually I do have a bug. I cannot go into the space other than going to my own profile and going to the last time I retweeted the space and click on the host account and join from there. So the the bar that you usually have for the spaces in the Twitter app. It's done for me, and also the push notification, the permanent one on top of the Android. That one doesn't bring me to the space anymore. So I do have glitches too, but I'm still online. I can still speak to you. I can still bring people up, and yeah, okay. Joseph, would you like to talk about something else than Twitter?
Well, you know, it's been a crazy day, Herm. We talked a bit about JDAMs in more detail today. I think I learned a lot about JDAMs and like kind of what they're capable of, Herm, compared to last night when we were talking about it. So I feel I'm kind of interested in all that. I think JDAMs is going to be a very significant addition. It seems to me the main thing is that Ukrainian pilots are already doing the stuff that they need JDAMs for. JDAMs just makes the job safer. It makes it better for the pilots, right? So just allows them to do their job better. So that's kind of an interesting topic. We can always talk about JDAMs. I think it's a very important topic, I'll put it that way, because it has the potential to be a really serious asset for the Ukrainian Air Force moving forward. But I do see Ben is up here, and I do feel like if Ben has any economic news, Ben, how are you, of course, and have you had how you were able to get up on here no problems, and do you have any economic news for us, or are you indisposed at the moment, Ben?
I am not indisposed. I am not in the Broom cabinet or any other cabinet. I'm not even outside. I've taken a full day off to take care of you guys. So here I am.
What?
To take care of you.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, Ben, guess what? It's not working today. So.
Well, I'll be speaking on my own. Doesn't matter. I'm used to it. Usually after 5 minutes, I'm painfully conscious that everyone's asleep. Like you wouldn't believe the number of people who have literally thanked me saying, Ben, you have solved our sleeping issues. We couldn't fall asleep. We had severe health problems because not enough sleeping was really making us exhausted. You started talking about economics on the space, and now we feel so great. So, I'm taking it. I like it. I like helping people. So.
And I love your unhealthy obsession with Russian sanctions. I think it's really great. Ben is co-hosting? That's very interesting. Yeah. So, Ben, I guess I do want to know if you had any updates or news for us about I guess the sanctions or the Russian economy in general. I always think it's an interesting topic for you, right? I think it's economics, but there's like a weird twist. There's a dark twist to it all, right, Ben? It's like standard economics with like an evil or a dark twist. That's kind of how I see it.
Actually, it's a little bit more than this. Usually, standard economics is very interesting in itself, but a lot of it rests on just the movement of markets, things that are very difficult just to understand, to discernate. Things that it doesn't happen in one go. Like the American, I don't know, shell production didn't start on January 16th or something. Whereas the sanctions, there's a debate, and then so we can speak about it, and then on one day, boom, the sanctions arrive. So it's very pleasant in that respect. Changes very political in a way. Actually, economics used to be known as political economics, and then they dropped the political part. But there's it's very political. I do have two things I'd like to cover before we go on. I do have one important news to share with you, and it is that Bakhmut holds. Today, as yesterday, as the day before, and God willing, as tomorrow, Bakhmut holds, and that is the most important, and this is why we're here. And on another note, Joseph, Herm, I'm going to need your singing voices. You ready?
I'm ready, man.
Oh, fantastic. Herm doesn't sing. Chris, if you want to join. 2, 3. Putin,
Putin,
kurwa.
kurwa. La 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 la. Putin, kurwa.
La la
La
la la.
la 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 la.
Spaces think we're going to Cordoba, which, why not?
I feel like we do the la 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 part different every time, Ben.
I am dreadful at musicking. I'm sorry. Is it how it's called? No, it's not how it's called. Yes, okay. So, economic news. What do we have? We have, we talked about it quite a bit yesterday. So, for those of you who were already there, I think you'd be Americans, and it would be much earlier for you in the day. But there's some good news and there's some great news. The good news is that bits and pieces of the Russian economy are falling apart. One of them was picked up by our Finnish friends from the Bank of Finland, and they remarked that, well, precisely Finnish chemicals were not exported to Russia anymore, which is creating some issues with the Russian paper industry, which cannot rely on those chemicals, and as a result has to do their own. And they're very proud because they have managed to do their own chemicals. There's just one issue, is that it doesn't work quite as well. And as a result, the Russian papers are reverting back to what they were in the 1930s, which is, gray and a bit breaking. I don't know if you've ever had those papers in hand. If you hold them for too long, they just disintegrate in your hands. Apparently, this is what Russian paper is becoming these days. It's not very good for their printers, so they're having a lot of problems there as well. And people are complaining that the simple pleasure of life, such as reading a book, are disappearing because they don't have actual paper. And the Russian government has got involved in the case and said, you people, you mujiks, don't understand what's going on there. Because what's going on is that we're really lucky. White paper is too bright. It is bad for your eyesight. Whereas gray paper, on the other hand, is excellent for your eyesight. It protects it, and you should thank us for giving you third or fourth grade paper, because honestly, otherwise, this shiny, bright white thing that the Finns send to us is not working at all. So that was the small story, and the big story. And I'd like to apologize to Erland, who did hear it all yesterday. But that is so important that it's really worth carrying. Russian export of oil have pivoted towards Asia. They're exporting now infinitely more towards the east than they are towards the west. In Europe, with the exception of the oil that goes through the pipeline that ends in Slovakia and Hungary, there is not much import anymore. Of course, exports towards the United States is limited, and so considering that Africa is not such a big market anyhow, they only have Asia to fall back on. So what they're doing at the moment is exporting towards the east, but it is not that easy. In particular, it's becoming very expensive because, as you will have doubtlessly noticed, routes are a lot longer. Where if you try to go from Arkhangelsk or any Baltic or even far eastern ports, and you end up in to reach India, it's going to be a long journey. And who says long journey says expensive. And what we see is that that's my interpretation. I might be wrong, but I think that the dearth of tankers is bringing the price level for renting a tanker up. Not up by a little bit, up by a lot. Back in January, when you had a barrel at $90, carrying that barrel to India costed you $3. So 3 out of 90, 1/30th. roughly speaking, 3% of the barrel of oil, of the cost of the barrel of oil, was for transportation. Nowadays, the barrel is closer to 55. The Russian barrel is closer to 55, and the transportation cost is getting close to 10, and sometimes higher than 10. So you've got nearly 1/5, so 20% of the value of the barrel is disappearing into transportation cost. And this is absolutely crippling for the Russians, because this is they have to pay. It needs to be confirmed. There are several types of contracts, and I don't know for sure which one it is, but based on the reaction of the people who have invested in those companies and who look delighted, I think that the Russians are the one paying for the transportation of their oil, and that extra money, which it is costing them to deliver the barrels, is really eating into their profit margin. They're still making money, but they're not making extra money. They're probably making $20 per barrel as opposed to 40 or even 60 that they would if they could sell it at $80, just to say, considering the price in the Brent price. So we're in a situation where the Russians are getting less and less money, and that's very, very good news. Okay, I've been speaking too long. Herm, you got something to say?
Good morning, Ben. Yeah, I have something to say, and that is I need to say goodbye, everybody. I have to leave. My time is up. And yeah, thank you for holding out here with all the glitches going on online. And yeah, let's hope that the missile strike that's ongoing right now is mostly repelled, I hope, or totally repelled. Slava Ukraine, my friends, and I see you tomorrow, wherever that might be.
Slava, Herm. Ben, I had a couple questions for you, okay? So my friend... Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Joseph, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if you remarked, but Erland has had his hand raised during my rant.
You're absolutely right, Ben.
Well, I'm just going to say Putin huilo, and then I need to work.
Putin huilo, lo 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 lo. It works as well. Thank you, Erland. Oh, we should make a chart of how to say this in every single language we can think of.
I think it's in not translatable. Hulo. It's like the dirt under your shoe or something like this.
Isn't it what punk mean originally? Not punk. Grunge. Isn't it what grunge mean? I think it's the your toes.
I've been explained that it's basically like the dirt under your dirty shoe. So it's like the lowest of the lowest in a old-fashioned way.
Yeah, grunge, grime, scum, something like that. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, at least, that's my hot take as an English speaker or a native speaker. Okay, Ben, I want to talk about economics. Ben, I had two questions basically. So first off, Russia seems to have taken two countermeasures to deal with the problem that you've described, right? They've built the so-called shadow fleet, Ben, the shadow fleet, and they've also they've threatened. They've said, well, if you really try to mess with us here too much, we'll just cut off all the oil and you'll be sorry, right, Ben? So, I mean, what do you think about those two things, right? How do you rate their countermeasures so far? Have they been effective at all? Have they been ineffective, and maybe why?
Okay, first of all, it's still very, very, very early. Things are gonna change, and we probably are in the process of reaching a new normal. But we're very much in everything is changing. Ships are still at sea. There's really a lot that needs to, like, we need to wait before saying anything, not even definitive but solid. That being said, it's not working very well. What happened is that soon after December 5th, when the European Union and the G7 passed the oil cap, Russia managed to negotiate a couple of deals for 62 euros and 63 euros or dollars, just above the cap, as a way of saying, "Ha, can't touch us." The slight issue is that that was probably just a bit of a petulance, because the new contracts, those that are in now, they're very much below the cap. So whatever they're trying to do, it's not working very well. Regarding the shadow fleet, there's a lot to be said. It's interesting, but it has one big problem. The big problem is that not everyone is willing to buy oil coming from the shadow fleet. There's a lot of countries, there's a lot of companies who do not want to be seen even touching it remotely. So the market for this sort of oil is rather limited, and it is already being exploited by the Venezuela and Iran's own shadow fleet. So the big question mark here is how big is the market for the shadow oil, if you want to put it this way? Because
I was going to ask if we can call it shadow oil, Ben. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Freedom. We're fighting for freedom, including vocabulary and grammatical freedom. So how big is the market for the shadow oil? Probably not that big. So at some point, there's going to be decreasing returns. If they had 4 tankers, it would probably bring them quite a bit of money. But if they have like 100, as they say they have, it's going to start to create problems, and they're going to have to accept quite sizable rebates on those ships, as well as fairly large cost when it comes to running those ships, because they won't have access to much of the services that normal harbors provide. So it's going to be tough for them. It's going to be a little bit like what they're doing with grain. If you think about it, a lot of Russian grain goes to, for instance, to Syria. There's nothing solid, but there's a strong intuition that what's happening is that Syria is redistributing and, in a way, laundering Russian grain across the Middle East and taking a fairly sizable cut for themselves. That means that the Russians have to, make space for that cut, and their own profits are fairly limited. So they're probably going to have to pay quite a lot for transportation while having little benefits out of it. So that's I would say what I've read, smart money is on the countermeasures themselves not working very well. What could be the case is that just enforcement and it might bring the oil cap down, but not because anyone is going to be so smart as to go around it. Oh, by the way, hello, Bayonada. Obistu.
Morning, Ben. Yeah, I hope it works, because I'm online now on my old Android again. Twitter is doing its things.
Okay, fantastic.
Now, Ben, I heard that there was a recent European package of sanctions. It involved this. I'm not sure if there were any new, sanctions placed on Russia itself, but there were sanctions placed on like 200 individuals. Do you feel that sanctioning individuals at this point in the game, specific Russian individuals, is important, or do you think that it's too granular, and they should be focusing on the bigger picture here, or are there certain players that should be specifically sanctioned? Go ahead, Ben.
I would say that right now it does not really have an impact. Probably does not really have an impact because there's this pesky thing which is the law, and it's fairly difficult for a European judge or an American judge to say, well, we've sanctioned that guy, Boris, that guy off, and we're happy that he's sanctioned. Usually he used to run this large company, but as soon as we sanctioned him, he cut all ties with that company, doesn't own anything in that company, has absolutely no official position in that company. As far as legality is concerned, him and that company are completely different, completely separate. And then when you look a bit more carefully, you realize that actually the CEO of the company is his mother-in-law, and he's still in the office 6 days out of 7. He's calling the shots, etc., etc., and somehow a lot of money is appearing in his bank account, God knows how. And it's, as a result, it's extremely difficult to target individuals and to have an impact like this. But I think they're preparing the terrain in a way, because the second you bring secondary sanctions, things changes completely. Because as soon as you have secondary sanctions, that means that not only is this individual under, I'm going to use the Latin word, de vetum, that individual is under de vetum. But on top of this, anyone who ever trades or does any business with that individual, and that includes the person selling him piroshkis, and that includes his mother-in-law, if his mother-in-law gives him $5. Anyone who's in business with this person will suffer from, will meet the wrath of the United States Treasury. And that suddenly becomes extremely difficult, because those individuals become hot potatoes. They cannot be touched, and the whole system could collapse just through this. So hopefully, secondary sanctions on individuals will be passed. This is a little bit the same thing as declaring Russia a terrorist state in terms of consequences, and without the sort of blanketing of the whole Russian economy, which could create some problems. But if you say Boris and Igor are out, they're just out, that could really have an impact, because that also includes non-Russian firms, and that Indian company that is exporting BMWs to Igor, who's under sanction. They don't want to be under sanction as well, because they have a lot to lose, and they could find themselves under sanction indirectly, and there you would have an impact. So I'm holding my breath. I'm sure it's going to happen at some point. The EU has actually opened the possibility of it. It's not in play yet, but we can hope.
Now, Ben, we've seen a few cases already of, it looks to me like it's usually like oligarch sons, or as you said, someone's mother-in-law or, sister-in-law or whatever, they've tried to dodge the sanctions or get stuff to Russia. We've seen everything from like sniper ammo to, like electronics and stuff like that. So I'm wondering, what does the jail time for that look like, and what is like the worst offender and the worst punishment you've seen in terms of people getting caught for violating the sanctions so far?
Well, that's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you. I think there was a case recently, but I didn't dwell into it. But yeah, it's a great sanction. One thing for sure is that last month, I think, or earlier this month, the EU has called on its member states to make breaching the sanctions, dodging the sanctions, skirting the sanctions, that's the verb I was looking for, criminal offense. You skirt the sanctions, either you pay a big fine or you go to jail. I'm not sure every single country has done it yet, but it should happen fairly quickly, and hopefully it will have an impact. I know that in the US, in other cases, not for sanctions against Russia, but sanctions against Iran, which has been recognized as a state sponsor of terrorism, so it's fairly different. The sanctions are crazy high. Like you've got middle managers in companies that were accused of something, and even though they have little to no impact on that one crime that the Treasury Department is pointing to, those middle managers, they find themselves in jail for months, and then they have to pay crazy fines. So yeah, it's really big. It's really big. When you get caught, they don't let it go of you. What's more, we see that the US has a lot more bite than the Europeans, either as a community or individually. And there's very little in terms of oh, we don't have the money, or it's a problem of building the stuff. Like, I know it must be like building a plane is very difficult, and building a plane and having to do it with the Italians, the Spaniards, the French, God knows the French, the Brits and the Germans all in one go must turn something difficult into impossible. But in this case, sanctions, it's just a question of will. A few judges don't cost much, and they should really consider carefully their ability to enforce their own laws. With this, I think Chris is up. Hello, Chris.
Oh, hi, guys. I've been Malamuting, so I couldn't do Putin Cool While, but I was there in spirit, and so were the Malamutes howling. Yeah. But I just, you might have just said this, Ben, but obviously, because you know that I know the folks from New Control, and also know the people from Ethic Alliance, and you might have mentioned this earlier on, and I missed it, but I found it quite fascinating, this thing about the Qui Tam, is it law, the whistleblower law, which was basically started in the UK and transported over to America, and then for some reason we dropped it in the UK. But it means that in the US, people can actually share in the rewards of basically prosecuting people that have sanctioned. I'm sure you know a lot more about all of that than me, just to mention it.
No, I don't know a great deal about it. I didn't know it had been scrapped from the UK books. I know that in France there's been a lot of debate over that question. I think the fight against corruption and tax dodging is one of the great fights that states nowadays are trying to lead, and many of them are failing. I think the how's it called, the Institute of George Soros, I've forgotten its name, is doing a fantastic work there, helping a lot of great groups and associations, pushing for more transparency, more openness, and less how can I put it, dealings. So yeah, that's the they're doing great work, trying, but regarding the US, I don't know to what extent it has really helped. I know there's been the famous Facebook case that came out. Besides that, I don't know to what extent the whistleblowers have really changed the game in the US. Maybe they're famous cases that I don't know. Maybe the cases are still being, well, not prosecuted, but the police is still on those cases, and I'm sure they're fairly difficult. But as far as I know, there hasn't been a tremendous change.
Okay, Ben. Well, I do know, and I'm not trying to be mercenary about this, but I do know that one of the things that they're trying to do is get these cases like basically transferred into the US, because in the US the process of prosecuting them is, as you pointed out, I think earlier on, relatively easy. And people have been known to share in like multi-million fines type of thing, because of this qui tam law. So I don't know. I don't have loads of detail on it either, but that's my understanding. And I'm just thinking, well, all of that just helps, doesn't it? Right? It just helps in terms of what you were saying earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, there's actually a hotline that has been opened by I want to say the EU. I might be wrong there, where you can tell them if you're witnessing any action that is going towards dodging the sanctions and helping Russia. You can call that hotline and give them a tip. Let's call it a tip line. Let's call it a tip line. Yeah. So that's definitely something you can do. Joseph, I'm unfortunately aware of the fact that at some point you're going to have to go to sleep, or whatever it is you do at night.
That's not true.
No, you're not. Okay.
No, I'll stay up all night and co-host with you, buddy.
All right, cool. You and I for the ride.
Then it's true, but I guess is Doman not coming? You got Doman's Sith Apprentice here, Bionade, which is of course good news. Ben, what's going on? Let me ask you. As a listener, as a humble listener, I don't see Doman. Something's not right. What's going on, Ben?
Okay, there's several options. One of them is that he has fallen into a cask of his favorite sherry, and as a result, he's currently incapacitated. Another reason possible is that he's finally recognized that I'm a much better co-host than he will ever be, and he has resigned himself to leave me the spot, and I'm finally getting the big bucks. Third reason is that he's incapacitated today just for completely different and predictable causes, and I'm just me and Bionade are helping him.
Did you take off work for this, Ben?
Absolutely. Well,
Ben.
yeah. Well,
Ben, I'm supposed to be scheduling this stuff. I'm mad. Why are we taking off work for? I don't know about this, Ben.
To be completely honest, I've been working something like silly hours, 14, 16 hours a day for the past 10 days. And I've told my company, okay, today I am not coming to work. It's not an official holiday, but fuck you. Not fuck you. I like my boss, but still, bye-bye. I'll do what I have to do, but absolutely nothing else. No new development today. I have got something more important to do.
Okay, Ben, that's fair enough. If this is what you enjoy doing and you want to have a chill day, co-hosting a little J-Dams and chill, who am I to judge? Ben, I've got questions for you. Bionade, of course, is now a co-host, and he's done a total power move and taken my place in line by becoming co-host. So, but first, the elves have permitted me, Ben, to promo something, and I must do it. So Ryan Hendrickson is supposed to be here today. Earliest time is supposed to be 11 Eastern. but we were not 100% sure. Ryan Hendrickson, of course, basically like an angel in human form, going around in Ukraine, disposing of unexploded ordnance in farmers' fields, mines, and all sorts of stuff like that. Artillery shells and so forth. And it's a great guy. Started an NGO called Tip of the Spear. We've had him on in the program in the past. I assume CJ will be involved in the interview once again. And it's, such an honor to have him on. He's a really, really great guy. And, Tip of the Spear, I believe is his, there might be a number attached to it as his handle. I recommend everyone check him out, follow him. And very, very hopefully, it's a little bit, we're always a little wary when someone doesn't give us a specific time. But Ryan's cool. And I think he will presumably show up today at some point after 11 p.m. Eastern time, Ben. So with that, I will turn it over to Bionade. I'm sorry to take so long, Bionade. Go ahead.
Oh, don't worry. I just wanted to ask Ben if he basically took these hours. He worked extra. It's quite nice.
I worked real hard to make sure Ben gets to bed. His co-host slot is his 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. and I gotta. The old days there'd just be no one available, and Ben would be up till 4 a.m. and I'd be like, Ben, what's going on? But we finally got it. I think we finally got it straightened out, and Ben goes to bed at a reasonable hour, and I'm happy. I guess Ben can take a day off work. That's nice. He's gonna relax. What he's gonna do. I think okay. I can live with all that. Ben, I've got more questions for you as always. Ben, I want to know about Turkey. All right. Last we heard about Turkey, it seems to me that Turkey's slipping under the radar a little bit. We hear a lot about China and India buying Russian oil, but Turkey's been doing some weird stuff from day one. Again, of course, it's always complicated with Turkey. I don't want to completely throw them under the bus here, but in terms of the sanctions and in terms of economic activity with Russia, what I do know is going on is there's a threefold increase in various basically sanctioned industries involving Turkey and Russia that you've mentioned before, which is kind of alarming. Also, though, there is a massive inflation problem in Turkey that's bigger than most of the rest of the world. So I'm just wondering, Ben, how is the situation in Turkey now? Is it a serious impediment to sanctions? Is it something that the other countries are starting to get a handle on in terms of limiting Turkey's access to things that they're giving to Russia, or you feel like it's getting worse?
It's getting worse, but that would be my answer when it comes to sanctions. So it's getting worse in the sense that if you compare the volume and the value of trade from Turkey to Russia over the past year, it took a deep dip. Well, it fell back in March and then April, and then it started going back up and up and up and up. And as you said, I'm not sure it's times 3, but it's definitely times 2 in terms of value and volume compared to what they were last year at the same moment. So they're really exporting a lot more to Russia, and a lot of it is Western goods that cannot transit anymore to Russia, that have been deported towards Turkey, and then going into Russia. So that is a big problem. And while, for instance, China appears to have set some really stringent conditions on some goods, like for instance chips, they told the Russians, we will not allow you to buy last generation chips in China. Forget about it. Turkey has not done that. There's no limit. And just as worryingly, there's a lot in Turkey. The volume and the value of the goods transiting through China has started to plateau over the past 2 months, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas in Turkey, it keeps climbing up and up and up. So it's very concerning. It's there's no way to slice it. it's very concerning. Turkey is still allowing stolen grain and all sorts of Russian goods to transit through its ports and through the Bosphorus. So lots and lots of problems with Turkey. But the thing is, Turkey is what, 1%, maybe a little bit more. No, yeah, it's the population of Turkey is 5% of the population of China. I don't think I'm mistaken by saying that, roughly speaking, the economy of Turkey is 5% of the economy of China. So the impact of Turkey is always going to be a lot smaller than the impact of China on some key aspects. One of them is oil. Turkey has been
Ben, be careful. I think I hear a Bayraktar coming for you. Be careful.
No. One of them is oil. They've been importing increasingly more Russian oil, and they've been consuming it themselves, but also they've been re-exporting it. And there's clearly an attempt by the Turks to become a sort of energy hub in the between the Middle East and southeastern Europe, and they're trying to play that game. There, for instance, and sometimes it goes against the interests of Russia. So Erdogan has been sort of the godfather of the deal between Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan that was meant to send Azerbaijani gas to Turkmenistan. Why it is important? It's because Turkmenistan basically turned down a sort of a super strong alliance with Russia against gas, and it said no, thank you. We'll take the gas from Azerbaijan, and it's likely that Uzbekistan is going to follow suit very soon. So this is not helping Russia. Again, Erdogan and Turkey are not in it for Russia; they're in it for themselves. And at the moment, they're doing a pretty good job, I have to say. And they're really getting a lot of projects rolling. One of the issue is that gas that is going to go to Turkmenistan, or the big platform that Erdogan is envisioning, it's going to take years and billions to build. And this is a bit of a problem, because it's not entirely sure that Erdogan and his government and the Turkish economy has those billions and those years to, because at some point things are gonna look even nastier than they're looking right now, and it's not going to be pretty. Erdogan has managed to attract a lot of, can I put it? It's not donations. It's not exactly loans. It's deposits. Yeah. They've attracted a lot of foreign deposits into the Turkish central bank. The Saudis deposited billions. The Qataris deposited billions. Russia deposited billions upon billions. But it's not entirely sure whether that's going to be sufficient to stabilize the Turkish lira. And that also puts Erdogan in a very tight spot when it comes to negotiating with those countries. So yeah, interesting days in Istanbul, and also there's something else, which is that the more Russia is relying on a single country for something crucial, so on China for a bit everything, on Iran for weaponry, on Turkey for exports and imports, the more those countries can go to the United States or go to Europe and say, okay, now I'm going to play ball with you. What do you give me to just cut Russia off? And that could be the sort of things that that the Europeans and the Americans would be willing to listen to. I'm just saying this like that. I'm not a specialist on Turkey, but do you really think that if Erdogan was to say, okay, I'm going to close the border completely, seal it, and in exchange you give me F-35 or something like that, that they would be turned down? Okay, I don't know for F-35s, but about anything else, there's a strong chance for the Americans to say yes. And we'll throw a few Patriots to replace your S-400s, because they've managed to get themselves in such a good bargaining position. And that was my point. But Joseph, do you mind if I turn the table and ask you a few questions?
Yes, Ben, go ahead.
So the Chinese are apparently building a new giant harbor in Georgia. I mean, by the Chinese, I mean the Chinese companies, not so much the Chinese state itself. It's not a military base. It's just a port. And this is very important because there will be the sea access of a land route that will go through Georgia to Azerbaijan to Kazakhstan to wherever, like through the stands, and finally to China. And what's very interesting about that route is that it avoids Russia completely. Do you think there's a chance for it to, like, for Central Asia to be stable enough and able enough in a way to make that route a success or not?
Probably not, unfortunately. You know, it's not the most stable region right now. The main security guarantor in the region has just committed geopolitical seppuku, and you know, there was a recent skirmish, of course, between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. There are other unresolved border clashes that could occur, and there's a lot of you know, Islamic movements that oppose the governments in the region. I'll put it that way, Ben. Trying to be pretty careful with my definition there. Anyway, so yeah, I think that it's the prospects for like a really long-term stable, like multi-country pipeline through that region. I'm going to be honest, like I don't know if I would put my money in that, but you know, it is if the alternative is Russia and everyone stands to make a profit off this thing, and the guarantees are there, I don't see why they would be against it. In other words, you know, it would represent probably a positive economic thing for everyone involved. So I don't see why they would turn it down unless they have to pay some undue cost for it. Does that make sense, Ben?
Absolutely, makes a lot of sense. And actually, it's interesting because it arches back to what was going on in my beloved 13th century. You know, of course, that after the Mongol conquest, the Mughal Empire broke apart. Part of it became the Golden Horde, which is, I'm going to be extremely approximate right now, is the current day Russia. And part of it became the Ilkhanate, as well as a few others in what is nowadays Kazakhstan, and whose name eludes me at the moment. And what they were doing was they were trying to keep the Silk Road open. But we tend to say the Silk Road as if it was a single route. It wasn't. It was several well-recognized routes. And we've got entire letters of Italian merchants thinking about which route are they going to take. Are they going to take the northern route through the Golden Horse territory, or are they going to take the southern route through Tabriz and what is today Iran? Both of them trying to reach China. And for literally decades, you've got those two routes trying to solve route was considered a little bit safer, but a lot longer. and the southern route was shorter, but there were more borders to cross, more people to meet, and as a result, it was considered dangerous. And quite interestingly, it turns recent research has shown that the one route that seems to have always succeeded was the one through Siberia. So just leaving the Mongol Empire almost altogether as fast as possible, and then going through Siberia through the tribes, and then back into China. And I thought that's quite interesting because it fits a little bit with the model that you presented. They're both trying to, like Russia with the Trans-Siberian, China with the new Silk Road, trying to keep those routes open. And maybe it's a third route, either through the north, although hopefully this route is going to remain closed for a while, or through the south, the Portuguese route. That's the maritime roads that ended up winning, and hopefully bis repetita, right?
Yeah, I think it's true. Like it's just, I don't know. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, right, Ben?
Yep, absolutely. Not in too many ways, hopefully, but it does. The same circumstances tend to lead to the same results quite often. All right.
Yeah. And it's I don't know, it's a region that up until now has been sort of bypassed for various reasons, but historically it's been much more important. So I don't know, it's just kind of an interesting place as in terms of its geopolitical relevance and its economic importance in sort of global history, I guess, Ben. But yeah, we don't want to get too far down a rabbit hole about ilkhanates and such.
Yeah, on the other hand, I'd like to point out how lucky we are to have so many specialists of so many and specialists and enthusiasts of so many subjects. And with you, for instance, like having your insight on Central Asia is always, it's not only interesting, it's also very reassuring in a way, because we know that if we say something which is too far out, too stupid, you're going to call us out because you've been there, you've met the people, you've read the books, you dig through it, you thought about it for a long time, and yeah, I think that's fantastic, and I don't think we're thanking you enough for this.
Oh, stop, Ben! You answer all my questions about sanctions. It's the least I could do. But yeah, it doesn't come up very often, but when it does, I'll do my best to provide what context I can. But I should, reaffirm the fact that Tajikistan itself is a weird anomaly in Central Asia, beyond Central Asia itself being sort of a historical and geopolitical anomaly. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it there, Ben. We got a hand, so I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Joseph. I'll come back to praising you a bit later. Wendy, how do you do, my friends?
Good morning. Good to hear from you, Ben, Joseph, Leonardo, and everyone else. Yeah, when you said your favorite century was the 13th century, I thought you were going to reference Geoffrey Chaucer, because anyone who's been listening to Ben and Joseph knows that patience is a conquering virtue. No, I'm joking, of course. It's the greatest scholars are not usually the wisest people. I'm joking, of course, that is not true at all. What is better than wisdom? And the kind of wisdom we get on this space from erudite people like Joseph and Ben, I could listen to all day and all night. And frankly, I have done many nights, listen to the fallen asleep to the sweet sonority of Ben and Joseph's voice. So thanks, guys.
Kind of weird not hearing Ben's like broom closet or bathroom echo, I'm going to be honest. But beyond that, it's very comforting to hear Ben's voice. But anyways, I guess we gotta take it back to Ukraine. We've been talking too much about Twitter glitches and ill conates, Ben. I feel like, Ben, we've talked a lot about economics. We've done our best. The good people are asleep now who need to be asleep. Maybe we got to talk about the military situation, Ben. I mean, what do you think?
I'd love it. Although I think I covered the important part of the military situation by reminding everyone that today, just as yesterday, Bakhmut holds. The rest, well, yeah, we can make plans. We can try to understand why sockets are going to be important for missiles, but what the men on the ground at the moment are doing is nothing short of absolutely fantastic and awe-inspiring, and in the most dramatic way. But we, at the very least, we on the space, and I'm sure quite a few people across the world are aware of how much they owe that small group of fierce soldiers who are holding firm against the onslaught and doing a fantastic work, writing history every day. Yeah, that's what they're doing now is going to be the stuff of legend. We've said it quite a few times, but Bakhmut and Mariupol, the dodged one, will never forget.
It's true, Ben. I mean, it's we do our best not to talk too much about Ukrainian movements directly or specific units and so forth, but yeah, the units that are engaged in those areas are doing really heroic work there, holding off the absolute concentration of Russian forces in those areas, and especially Bakhmut. They are occupying a lot of the firepower that would be used otherwise on the rest of Ukraine, and quite frankly on a lot of Ukrainian civilians and defenseless people. So the people that are there risking their lives and often dying for the defense of Ukraine there are absolute heroes, as Ben pointed out. So yeah, Ben, I mean, of course, today there's been another rocket attack. There's up to 60 missiles were launched. In addition, probably it was also mentioned that several kamikaze drones, probably Shahed drones, were launched in tandem. The main targets appear to be Kyiv and as well as Kryvyi Rih and Kyiv, Kryvyi Rih. And yeah, it's a major attack. As usual, Ukrainian air defense is operating very heroically. We've heard of air defense active over Kyiv. We've heard of air defense active over Kryvyi Rih, and it's unknown as of now whether the air defense was successful and the interceptions were successful. Explosions were heard, and we know that air defense is active. That's all we know. And we did hear a report from Defense Minister Alexei Reznikov that Ukrainian air defense is now at 80% in terms of its ability to shoot down Russian air targets. This is, of course, an astounding success rate, especially for a country that is, basically being hit with saturation attacks by, the country with, some of the most a massive stockpile of missiles, right? And more or less firing them super standoff, from the Caspian Sea and other areas. So Ukraine's ability to intercept successfully 80% of all Russian, air threats is quite an impressive rate. So we should see that rate continue to go up as more air defense systems are sent to Ukraine. But yeah, right now there is an air raid alert all over Ukraine. It's a pretty serious attack going on right now, to the point where the president of Ukraine himself, as well as many city administrators and administrations, have reported to everyone, hey, we know a lot of people ignore the air drills because, you got to live your life at this point, and the air drills go off all the time. But you should pay attention to this one. This one's a pretty big one. So, yeah, hearts go out to all the people who are, victims of this unprovoked Russian terror, constant terror on the civilian population. In addition to that, go ahead, Ben. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you on this, but can you remind me the number that you've given for the number of missiles and drones that were sent?
I believe 60 missiles were sent, and then an unknown number of drones, I assume.
And do you remember if 60 is more or less than the big waves that we saw last month?
To my knowledge, 60 to 80 is relatively typical of these large attacks, but this is considered like a large attack. In other words, we've seen moments where we hear of air raid alerts across the entire nation of Ukraine, and relatively major infrastructure is targeted, sometimes hit, sometimes not. So this, to me, this like follows that pattern of a fairly large attack. I'll put it that way.
Okay. So it's not. I thought it would be a little bit smaller than what we're used to, as far as large attack goes. But if you say that it's within the bracket, then I will just shut up.
I think that's my knowledge. Bionade, what do you think? I mean, when we hear about these, major missile attacks and we get the air raid sirens across the entire country, is the number about 60, 70? That's kind of what I
read yesterday that that they need at least 60 to 70 missiles to saturate the air defense in a way that they can get a few more missiles through. So they usually launch about so if they plan 20 missiles should hit the target, they shoot 60 to 70 plus 20. So yeah, it's barely 60 is barely enough to saturate the air defense all the areas together. I don't know how many they need for single area strike, but that's what I've heard.
We lose Ben. Ben, are you okay?
Yes. There's a little chaos coffee, but I'm more than fine. And please continue. Ben. I'm sorry to have interrupted you with my question.
That's okay, Ben. I just, you made such a big deal out of like being ready to host all day and all that stuff, and now, I see you swapping out. I'm a little taken aback, Ben. But of course, it's no problem. I'm sure there's technical. There's all sorts. People are having all sorts of technical problems on the back end. It's a bit chaotic on the back end. I'll be honest. People trying to figure out why it's working. Erlen, for example, he came up to wish us a good day. Left the space at some point for some reason, and then now he can't get back in to listen. So it's just kind of a crazy day. But Ben, I guess, or I should probably say Bionade at this point, who is in fact the current co-host. I'm going to say goodnight to you folks. Once again, I will mention we should be joined by Ryan Hendrickson in about maybe 7 hours. That would be like the earliest time. We're not exactly sure on the time, but that's when he said the earliest time would be. So I don't want to give an exact time or say that will be the time he'll be here, but that was the earliest we can expect. So anyways, in about 7 to maybe 9 hours, we can maybe expect Ryan Hendrickson. We'll hope to hear from him. And it's always good to learn more about unexploded ordnance and the disposal thereof in Ukraine, because it's a major issue for the population there. We hear of people being, victims of unexploded ordnance going off very frequently in Ukraine, and it maims and kills people, especially farmers in their fields who are trying to, put food on the table. Although now it's winter time, I think probably a little bit less that. But kids playing, people doing other types of work outdoors. You step on the wrong place, there's an unexploded mine there or a cluster munition and so forth, can have a real bad effect. So, it's always great to use disposal, because it's a problem that Ukraine's going to have to deal with as a result of this illegal Russian invasion and occupation of their land for many years to come, because Russia has, without regard and with complete abandon. They've thrown mines and other types of cluster munitions all over the place in Ukraine. They haven't kept track of it. We know Ukraine keeps very careful track when they lay all this stuff down because it's their land, and they know to dispose of it once the area is cleared of all the Russian orcs. But it's a big problem, of course. The Russians sending all this unexploded ordnance, and obviously the ordnance that does explode to Ukraine. So it'll be great to hear from Ryan Hendrickson today. I'll end it there, and hope he'll be joining us in around 7 hours, maybe a little longer, probably definitely a little longer. So with that, I will turn it over to Bionade, to Ben, to Chris, and I will say, of course, you can always join the discussion here. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Please do follow the main account, just in case something might happen. So follow the main account. And please do check out mariareport.org. For whatever reason, I'm pointing that out. I'm emphasizing that a little bit more today for some reason, that we have a website, mariareport.org, and that would never go down. It's completely independent of anything else. And I don't want anyone to worry. Like I said, we'll do our best to make do here, but we're dedicated, and nothing's going to deter us from our mission, which is to give a 24-hour discussion of what's going on in Ukraine and the horrible crimes against international law and against humanity that Russia is committing in the territories they occupy of Ukraine. Last but not least, I will say, of course, please do check out mariaaid.org. Maria Aid is a nonprofit in Canada, a registered nonprofit. They've had an audit. They are a charity run completely by volunteers. At the Maria Report, we are also run by volunteers. We don't monetize anything. We just direct people to mariaaid.org, and they get non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Because, like us, they're run by volunteers, 100% of the proceeds go directly to helping Ukraine. So that means that 100% of everything goes directly to procuring the non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So we think it's a great charity organization, and we really support that cause. So if anyone wants to support us, they can go to mariaaid.org, and they can give what they can, and what they do provide there will go directly to procuring and sending non-lethal aid to Ukraine and nothing else. And it can be proven at this point because there is an audit on the website available. So with that, I will, in fact, leave for real. I will ask our listeners one more time. Come up, join the discussion, press the microphone button, and please talk to Bionade and Ben, both, and Chris, of course. Brilliant folks. I'm sure they'll be happy to answer your questions. With that, Bionade, Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава, Joseph. All right. So, did we lose Wendy? I can't see her anymore.
Yeah, I think we lost Wendy, but we have
No.
you.
No, right.
Dear
right.
and beloved leader, Bionade, all hail.
No, please. No more German leaders. I'm I'm fine as a co-host. Don't need a leader here.
Is it a dig on Axel? I think he's a great leader.
Yeah, no, it's the German misconception of leadership that the word leader, when you translate it back, has a different meaning for many people in Germany.
Oh, of course. Well,
I'm more of a leather guy.
I heard a leather guy, which I think is very interesting.
No, not. I mean, leather is also good here. As gloves, for example, if you're out in the court or something like this. No, I mean leather, like the thing you can climb. That's also a German translation for a leader, but also leather.
Oh Mann, Alter.
Yeah, it's a so-called Karlauer. So, all right. Where were we, Ben? We were shitting on Twitter again, if I remember correctly. Yeah. The funny my old phone works again. So always keep an unupdated phone. The only problem is that the Windows Twitter Spaces gets getting lost, and I have to open the space again and again and again. But as long as this works, great. So, Ben, did we have any news?
I hope you had, because I have to say that I woke up at 6 to work a little bit. I went to bed at 2, so I didn't have really time to read through anything really. But as I said, the most important news is that Bakhmut holds, and it's not holding on itself. It's because good people are holding the line as we speak. Sacrificing a lot, and everything from life and limbs, as the fantastic interviewee yesterday, whose name eludes me at the moment. I think it's Huli, something like that. Former Israeli soldier who came to fight in Ukraine. What, you get his name? All right. Well, battle, but he's going back to fight, and that's the sort of sacrifice that those people are doing. But also just the sheer amount of time that that Ukrainian soldiers have to allocate to this thing that they didn't ask for, that they don't want. You've got people who have work to do. You've got people who have time to spend with their children, who would like to see their sons and daughters grow, and don't get to spend just time with them because they're forced to be on the front line fighting that war that they didn't ask for. And that really gets to me at the moment, and I'm really cognizant of this, and I think they're doing a fantastic job and an awesome sacrifice. And for this, as well as for the good spirit that they're showing, they have my eternal thanks. And I don't know if you remarked, but one fantastic thing about the Ukrainian people at the moment, and about the men and women in uniform who are fighting at the moment, is that they don't go for the whole militaristic thing. They don't go for the we like death and we're fighting for death, and like many soldiers fall into, because that's just a natural bent of human beings. Like if you remember during the Spanish Civil War, people were shouting "Viva la muerte," long live death, and they're not doing this. They're normal people. They're people like you and me who have been forced into a military uniform, who have been forced into carrying a weapon, don't want to do it, and they're doing it nonetheless because there are fantastic things that they're fighting for. They're fighting for their family, they're fighting for their country, and they're fighting for their ideal, and for all that, and for keeping it so very real. Yeah, they have my eternal thanks.
Wendy, please. You have your hand raised, I see. Very warm welcome to you.
Thanks, Bernard. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, that was the guest we had on yesterday. We were very privileged to have on. Was quite an incredible testimony, wasn't it? Like Ben said, he's travelled halfway around the world to and taking a 10% a pay cut, which is they don't get paid, of course. I think what he said was, with regards to his salary, was where at the end of when everything's counted, his salary this year was 10% that of last year. This particular gentleman and thousands like him have given up their working lives, Ukrainian children, Ukrainian families, Ukrainian freedom, Ukrainian people, democracy in Europe in 2022. This is an absolutely inspirational feat. Absolutely incredible. And as Ben correctly said, I mean, this holding of the line around Bakhmut, it's impossible for you and I to know exactly what is happening through the lens of our phone screens, but we have a rough idea of the conditions. We have a rough idea of what this is like due to historical comparisons. You know, it's of course, you know, it's comparable to look at First World War poetry, such as that by Tom Scahill, who wrote Holding of the Line in 1915. And he wrote, the bullets poured like rain. Our orders were to hold on or to be numbered with the slain. They have no option around Bakhmut but to hold that line, but to live in the earth, but to live in those, you know, in conditions that we've seen photographs of. You know, just yesterday I saw a photograph of a young Ukrainian fighter in Bakhmut, you know, just with a sleeping bag, and yeah, you know, these are the citizen soldiers of Ukraine and the free world holding the line against this tyranny, which has, you know, invaded Ukraine to commit genocide this year, invaded Ukraine to commit genocide in 2014. These citizen soldiers pay a massive, massive price for the sacrifice that they that they make. You know, what might have been has been described. You know, it was described during the Second World War. What might have been is often the biggest price, in a sense, when all is said and done and the war is concluded. What might have been is the biggest price citizen soldiers pay. That what might have been, in terms of the time taken away from their families, the loss of family and working life, the loss of limbs. These brave men and women of Ukraine are sacrificing their, you know, their life and limb for this incredible defense of democracy, freedom, liberal values, and the ability for Ukrainians to live in peace for future generations, and a whole lot more. You know, this singular initiative, what started for him as a singular initiative and has branched out to a small group or team, and you know, it's another example of a person giving up their normal life. Because I know he's a Green Beret, and he was, but he was back in his home in the US. He decided to travel to Ukraine to demine Ukraine. Every mine he finds and deals with, he is saving a life every single time, and he finds, I think, dozens of these every single day. So absolutely inspirational. These inspirational human beings are what I would like 2022 to be remembered for. So yeah, it's going to be great to have him back. I can see Den John's got his hand up, so welcome up, Den John.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Yeah, good speech. I agree to what you're saying, or what you said. But I have a question about this Ukraine air raid alert map. I don't know if you've seen it. I'm sure you have. But I wonder if Ukraine is trolling Russia, because Crimea has been on alert for 5 days standing. And I assume the air raid alerts is for attacks from Russia, and assuming they will not hit Crimea. So I don't know, have you talked about this, or have you seen it?
In terms of air raid alerts, Den John, yeah, we've seen a few this morning. We've seen, yeah, some unfortunately another significant air raid and set of attacks on Ukraine, involving, I believe, loitering munitions and cruise missiles. Is this what you're referring to?
Yes, but I mean, in particular, Crimea is on alert. and it has been for 5 days standing, and that's a bit strange to me.
Yeah, they get their knickers in a twist over there, don't they? And rightly so, because they're occupying sovereign Ukrainian soil, which they know is destined to be liberated. So they do like to shoot wildly into the air, in a kind of quite a spasmodic way.
Yeah, I just find it strange. I guess it could. I mean, obviously there's still Ukrainian citizens living there, and there could be a stray drone or missile hitting there. So I guess there's some validity to it, but it's kind of strange because I haven't seen it before. It's only the last 5 days it's been on constant red showing on the map.
If you could shoot me a DM with that in, then John, just so we're singing off the same hymn sheet, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll do that just now.
Thanks, Ivana.
Yes, so about this air raid alert in Crimea, it is on since a few days ago when drones were reported flying around Sevastopol and in other regions of Crimea. And I guess they keep the air raid alert on just to signal a constant threat, like in Luhansk. If you look, the air raid alert in Luhansk is on since, 255 days or something like this. Is always on, and I guess they are doing the same thing in Crimea. We should not take this being the same with the other regions in Ukraine. So in Crimea, it's different because it's controlled by the Russians. So it has nothing to do with what's happening this morning with this 7th wave of missiles. It just stays on since a few days ago, because I guess they are scared that the Ukrainians will hit them with the drones, the new drones. Also, I have some news about what was happening today. The number of missiles was updated to 72 according to one source. The source is Maria Druska. She works in the defense sector. According to Vitaly Klitschko, the mayor of Kyiv, at least 3 explosions have been recorded in Kyiv on the left bank, and one in the right bank. No, one in the right bank and 2 on the left bank. There are water outages all over the city. The metro, the subway is stopped because the underground stations are working as shelters. The alert is still on. Other regions were hit: Kharkiv, Poltava, Zaporozhye, and Kryvyi Rih. In Kharkiv and Poltava, there is no electricity in the cities. There are quite big cities. Also, there were some, or at least one hit in the Sumy region, and in Kryvyi Rih, unfortunately, a building was hit, and there are casualties. At least 2 persons dead and 5 injured, including 2 children. And the work is still on. So that's it. As for now, we have information about 30 or 31 missiles that have been intercepted. But as I said, the alert is still on, and we have to wait and see. The situation is ongoing. And
Thanks, Ivana. Yeah, there certainly have been numerous developments this morning, and as in connection to what you were just saying, there has been a missile hit on a residential building in Kryvyi Rih, 2 killed. The injured include 5, including 2 children, and this from the head of the oblast. So that's 2 killed, 5 injured, including 2 children in Kryvyi Rih. As we know, there's absolutely no military value for the Kremlin to be doing this, and there is no military value for the Kremlin to be killing Ukrainian civilians, torturing children in dark basements in Kherson Oblast or any of the other occupied areas of Ukraine. And these war crimes continue, and it underscores the urgent need, which has been urgent for a very prolonged period of time, of course, because we knew this was coming months ago, and it underscores the urgent need that Ukraine needs for an increase in air defense. NASAMS, Krotal, SAMT, these are great pieces of news. It's not quite enough, and somebody, a member of the Ukrainian armed forces is obviously having to make a very difficult decision as to where these systems go, because there's a great many targets that must be protected within Ukraine, and the Kremlin knows that by targeting residential buildings in places like Kryvyi Rih, it's murdering people and trying to break the will of Ukraine and its allies, which will be a fruitless attempt. In other news, we've seen a Muscovite Mi-8 helicopter crash in Buryatia Republic. 3 dead in the Mi-8 crash. There was another smoking accident yesterday involving an aircraft within this country, and yeah, they just can't help smoking on aeroplanes and helicopters by the looks of it. Did you see this news, Bernardo?
Sorry, you just cut out for me for a second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I should probably just say there are a few issues with Twitter and Twitter Spaces today. If you're having problem logging onto the Mirror Report count, please literally go to our page and try to log in from there. It's slightly difficult to find Twitter Spaces at the moment. In fact, if you find that your notifications and your messages have just randomly been reset, then you're not alone. There's something afoot, but I'm very pleased to say that we are still going. We are uncrashable. Mic check.
Yeah, everything all right. Yeah, it's a bit of a pity. I just saw a picture of one rocket which shot down. I think the police in Ukraine published this picture of a downed cruise missile that looks like in the area around Bucha. So air defense was working. There also has been a little bit of damage to public housing in Kiev because a wreckage of a downed rocket fell on a residential building. But that's information so far I can see. So when you were talking about news, what kind of news did you mention before? What did I miss?
Well, just on the topic of access to the space, actually, because I've just had this issue, which I thought I'd share with you. I don't know if anyone else has this. It might be because I've got an Android, but when I kind of press the back button on my phone, it logs me out of the space, but it takes me out of the space, and I can hear the space, but I can't actually access it.
I have the same problem.
Yes, me too, but you have to click on the space on the top and it gets you back in the space. You see on the blue line on the top where you see the spaces, and it gets you back in the space.
Okay, that's useful to know. Thanks. Ben?
Yeah, very quickly. If we've had a few friends who have dropped, well, rather, were dropped by the space and cannot come back up. If this happens to you and you don't manage to come back up, and after the third or fourth solution, you're starting to be a little bit upset, there are other options. I really invite you to visit our website. So, as I said, other options are available for you to listen to us. You won't be able to ask questions, but you will still be able to listen to us. One of them is a YouTube link. It's just a couple seconds behind, but for the rest, you can listen to Maria 8 on YouTube at the moment, almost live. I've tweeted the link. It was sent to us by a friendly one of our many friendly Finns, and it will be on. It will be tweeted by the host, by Maria Reports very soon. And yeah, don't fret if you cannot reach us on Twitter. You can always listen to us through other means. And again, don't hesitate to visit. Don't hesitate to visit mariareports.org, where you'll have all the solutions as things happen.
100%, Ben. And please do not hesitate to contact Twitter support if you see any form of injustices happening over the next few days. There are, changes happening. I'm not going to say anything at this time, but just keep an eye out for things which don't seem completely cricket. And please make your voice heard to Twitter support in a polite and civil way, of course. Which, of course, I just would expect because you're such a nice bunch of people here. But yeah, just thought I'd say that.
All right. So, good news. I at least get notifications again on my phone. Yeah, I at least get notifications back on my phone. Or maybe they fix their legacy bugs soon, and we will get a better experience soon. All right.
Well, Bionade, we should ask everyone who's currently logged into the space to please be so kind as to tweet out personally that there is an issue with which is inconsistent across iPhones currently, across different countries, no matter whether North America, Australia, or Europe, and that it needs to be addressed. Because we tried over the past 1.5 hours to find out exactly what on earth it could be, whether it's update, no update, new iPhones, new iPhone chipsets, SEs versus X-Max Pro, whatever. There is complete inconsistency. It might be tied to phone operators. We haven't tested this yet completely, but it works with some and it doesn't work with others. So if those who are currently listening in, please be so kind as to highlight, hey, Twitter, and you know where to tweet it at, or hey, Twitter support, and hey, Elon Musk, please have a look at this. He had such success. We know that Twitter can do it. They had 100,000 people in Elon's spaces. And last night they had 5,500 in the space where some journalists and he battled it out. So it's possible. Let's just have it updated. Please, everyone, you're, what's it now, 350 people actively listening here, plus everybody else who's on radio and on YouTube. Do us a favor, tweet this out. It'll help.
Yes, 100%. So more publicity and more action is needed. And we hope we get it back. Axel, you mentioned radio. What kind of frequency you can listen into the Maria Report?
Mate, I'm doing some technical stuff now. Wait.
Don't worry. I just was just a little bit joking around. All right. So, am I reading this correctly? The numbers were updated, and I see we are at 79,270 approximated deceased Russian forces in Ukraine. 680 more from yesterday. Big number. 5 more tanks, 6 more BMP or transporters, something like this. Yeah. Maybe I should take on the translation. Yeah, but 4 more drones. It looks like 4 more drones and 3 more artillery pieces and 4 more. Looks like MLRS or something like this. Multiple rocket launchers, something like this. But it's looks like there's still heavy losses on the Russian side, and they don't stop. Yeah, it's meat grinder keeps going on. Wendy, are you surprised?
It's difficult to. Yes, I am surprised ever by this war and the barbarity of the enemy that Ukraine faces. That number, which it's really difficult to bring up information that we store, isn't it, with this these current shenanigans? But yeah, this 680 number, brings that total to 97,000, as you said, Björn, 97,270 dead Russian soldiers on the fields of Ukraine. If we think back to February this year, when Ukraine faced this terrifying multi-vectored attack against its nation, and faced the potential complete occupation of its country. That is what we feared at the time. That is what Ukrainians feared at the time. That is what some Western leaders believed, of course, at the time. And when we think back to that time, it is hard not to be, surprised. Yes, surprised by this, that this has, this number has risen to the number it has now. It is unprecedented in my lifetime, and I'm sure all our lifetimes, to see a war on this scale. And I won't comment on that, but it is certainly very surprising. It is also absolutely inspiring to note this contrast and think this could have been this was planned as a 3-day war, as we know, by the current inhabitant of the Kremlin, and from a 3-day war, he's got 97,270 of his soldiers dead, and that's the conservative estimate. We should say that number does not include the mercenary forces that he's put into the field. So Wagner. This is confirmed KIA. It's coming up to around 3,000 tanks. That number is now 2,980 tanks. This in itself is an absolutely incredible number. This war goes on. These numbers, of course, don't mean anything they don't mean anything to the soldiers around Bakhmut, Pavlivka, Volodar. These are numbers which we are amazed, thankfully, amazed at from afar. But yeah, it is absolutely incredible to note. 9 months into this invasion, the person in charge of the occupying forces of Ukraine does not care about the lives of his own army, his own soldiers, and he does not care for the lives of Ukrainians. And of course, he sees life, he sees humanity as a weakness. These numbers are further evident of that. I just thought
Absolutely.
I just thought I'd say, you know, that there are a bit of shenanigans going on with Twitter and Spaces. Don't panic, we're still here. You know, please contact Bionada or myself. You know, I've been sent a reason why this is why there's a few there's a few issues going on, but yeah, it does seem to be that there's some kind of hard boot, I've seen it called, meaning a reset. Is that the correct technical term, Bionada?
I know it as a hard reset, but yeah, so I think hard boot, reboot. We will see what happens, but yeah, it's hard to go through all these systems and get a clear look. So as Axel already described, Twitter, I think 2 days ago, Twitter has a great system of many older systems working together, and yeah, it's if you ever worked in IT, you know how it is with big companies and their IT systems, and yeah, sadly, if you are an IT company and it works that way, it's just shows us more how bad it is. Joanna.
Oh, I have more subjects, not only one. It depends. Do you want an update on the situation with the missiles? Or I have some information about the Russian helicopter that burned in Baikal Airport. It's the helicopter that Wendy was talking about earlier. So it was a new helicopter, probably it was under test. It was manufactured by Ulan-Ude aviation plant, and it should have been delivered to China. So I'm wondering, what is China thinking about these new Russian helicopters, and how will China purchase more Russian weapons in the future when they are doing so well in testing? They're really hot testing the helicopters. And if you want, I can give you some updates on this mass missile strike today. So the number of missiles was updated to 72, but there were also drones, the Shahid loitering munitions. There were explosions in Kyiv and in other cities. So in Kyiv, at least 3, 2 on the left bank, 1 on the right. There is a water outage in Kyiv, and all the subway was so the circulation of trains was stopped because the people went to the subway station for shelter. Also, there were energy facilities hit in several Ukrainian oblasts. Kharkiv, Poltava, some regions of Sumy. In Dnipro region, Kryvyi Rih, civil building was hit, and unfortunately there are casualties to that, and at least 5 wounded, including 2 children. There are electricity cutoffs in other oblasts. There was an explosion reported on Odessa. We don't know exactly if there was a hit or it was just air defense, but a powerful explosion was reported. In Zhytomyr also air defense was working, but we don't know if something was hit, and also in Kirovorad and Donetsk. There were some disruptions. Several railway stations remained without power, without electricity. So basically, this is kind of a review of what happened until now. Unfortunately, the air raid alert is still on. So we have to wait and see for the final numbers. And just because we are talking about numbers, we have to remember that these are not numbers. These are people that have to leave their homes and their working places and go to shelter, or maybe they cannot even go to shelter, and it's affecting all those civilian people, including mothers, elderly people, and so on. So this is pure terror from the Russian part, and they are continuing to do it, even if they claim that, well, they want to negotiate. They want to negotiate with missiles. Sorry for ranting. I'm done. And sorry for my voice. I'm really done with the cold.
All right, thank you, Joanna. Yes, we have to wait and see what's going on. Air raid alarm is still out. It's another massive missile attack. Yeah, we will see how damaged the infrastructure will be after this again. Most likely there will be problems with the energy and water again, but I think hopefully the Ukrainians will be able to fix this soon again. And this is the reason why we need to support them more. We need to be more vocal about all of this to our representatives, because it's not only about weapons. They need weapons, they need more weapons, but it's also about technology, infrastructure, technology, and yeah, transformators, for example, for the electricity, which take a time to be built, and Ukraine has no time to wait. So they should be on the top of the list, in front of everyone who's getting delivered, and the industry should produce more and more. But as we all know, this takes time, so there is more pressure needed. And if you have the possibility, and I'm pretty sure you have, call your representative, write a letter, and yeah, ask them to do more for Ukraine. Looks like the German industry has 180 of them sitting and waiting. Because there's still no re-export license for the Leopard 1s. So maybe if Exa has time, he can tell us more about how many Leopard 1s are in Germany and in other countries available. But I think Exa has to work. All right. Wendy.
Could I just thank you for that, sir. I'm just going to make a quick PSA. If you look up to the nest, so one thing that Bernarda and myself and the team here, and I'm sure some of you at listening in right now have discovered, is that Ukrainians have lost access to the ability to have two-factor authentication on their Twitter accounts. And they've consequently lost their voices on Twitter today. That means that the Mirror Report, which usually has a significant Ukrainian audience listening in, as it has done for 9-10 months, for the latest information on the invasion of their country, for the latest information on how to stay safe from missile attack, and a range of other reasons connected with the information that we deliver and you deliver to us, because we are all equal partners in this cause. Today, Ukraine has lost its voice on the Mirror report. And I'd like to politely request that people just take a moment to contact Twitter support to ensure that they know that the reinstatement of 2FA for Ukrainians is absolutely vital for Ukrainians. And it is absolutely vital that Ukrainian voices are heard on Twitter today. Please do this in the way that we all do, which is in a polite, civil way. And they operate around here. The Mirror report is dedicated to promoting Ukrainian voices. We've done this for 9 going on 10 months, and as of today, that our Ukrainian voices are temporarily absent from the space due to Twitter's technical glitches. So yeah, please do take a moment just to contact Twitter support and do that. Thank you.
All right. Ben, you have your hand up, please.
Yeah, I'm reading at the moment to try to get some material for later. But I'm going to share this one with you because I'm a good guy. It's a fantastic graph from, I think it's going to be the Financial Times of this weekend. It's probably the weekend edition, but the article is already available. I will retweet it fairly soon. And the graph is about the companies that have decided to stay or decided to leave per country from Russia. And it's quite staggering. For instance, to take a country I know well and like, despite everything, just over 50% of French companies have decided to stay in Russia. And the US is faring a little bit better, as well as the UK, but still very much in the high 40s, decided to either stay or wait out it's very disheartening. Very few countries have had a neat break. Oddly enough, the country whose companies have had the most radical move away from Russia is Ireland. I'm actually even surprised it is that there were 20 companies, Irish companies in Russia, but apparently there were. More important and very significantly is Finland. Almost 70%. Almost 75% of the Finnish companies have decided either to exit or to leave Russia. That's very, very large, and it's really something that we're finding time and again, either in Estonia or in Finland, and they're really showing us that sometimes some people dare put their money where their mouth is, because they're leaving. They're considering themselves. They're considering that Russia is not a viable partner anymore, and they're just walking away from them. And again, consider that both Estonia and Finland are neighbors to Russia. Russia is for them a natural economic partner, and even despite that, they decide to have a neat break and to walk away. There has been some companies that have decided to stay. It's not a 100% success, but still, it's a massive walkout, and we should really hope that more countries are going to follow that lead, and acknowledge the fact that at some point you need to take a decision and stop trading with such unreliable and unprofessional partners. I have no idea how those countries keep doing business with them. I have no idea how you set up logistics towards Russia, payment, this sort of things. At the moment, it's incomprehensible, and it's a testament of the stupidity of some of our business elites, that they're still doing business with Russia, whereas with a very, very few exceptions, which may have an argument, they don't have an excuse, and they should absolutely leave as fast as possible. The cost is worth it. I don't think that any company that I know of, at least, has permanently suffered from the losses it has taken by leaving Russia. Russia is not that important. Russia is not that significant, and there are a lot of other markets that can be explored. All European and American companies should be out by now. By the way, I'll give you the top five. The top five of the countries that have exited neatly the most. So, as I said, number 1 is Ireland. Number 2 is Finland. Number 3 is Norway. You're seeing a pattern here. Number 4 is Denmark. Definitely a pattern. Okay, we'll drop Luxembourg because Luxembourg doesn't really exist. And number 5 is France. Yeah. Woohoo! That's go us on this one. Well, thank you. I see Anda has her hand up, so I'll let her speak and say something smarter.
Well, I don't know if smarter, but I have questions. I have questions, Ben. You know, this is my line of work, asking questions to everyone.
This is your superpower.
Sorry?
This is your superpower.
This is my superpower. Actually, according to an 11-year-old girl, my superpower is to make popcorn. I make perfect popcorn. So that's my all declared superpower, but I will take more. I don't ditch out this one. So yeah, thank you. So the question was about, it was actually from one of our, he doesn't listen to radio, but he listens to us all day. So basically we are with him everywhere he goes. And he was asking about the big trucking companies, if they left Russia altogether or not, like DAF, like Iveco, like I don't know. I have to search for his DM because he actually put a long list of truck manufacturers, and I don't remember all of them from the top of my head. So this is, his name is Brent. Let me check. But I think basically you got the basic idea. So it's about the truck companies, Ford being one of them, and to my recollection, so I found this his DM. So it's DAF, Mercedes, MAN, Scandia, Volvo, Iveco, Renault, Ford, and Mercedes. So I will let you answer before I go to the next question.
Wendy, can I take this one? Or by another?
Yeah, sure. Feel free to.
Okay, fantastic. I did receive the DM from Brent, and I'm very, very sorry not to have answered it. But on the plus side, we got really interested, Domin and I, by his question, and we did look into it. So, you know, we're not professionals. We just had a quick look, but it's a slightly more informed answer than it would have had if we didn't have time to prepare. So the answer goes like this. Almost all of the large truck producers, European and American, have left Russia. There are very good reasons for that. Not only is it that they have there are some of them are good people, but also because a lot of truck parts are actually considered as dual use. So they might find themselves into military equipment, such as military trucks, which tend to look a lot like civilian trucks in many ways, and so it was extremely difficult anyway to stay. Staying was not really an option, so they've tended to leave in great numbers. I think it's true for Iveco. I think it's true of Ford and what's the name of the Swedish one again? Scania also left, and Renault Truck. I've actually contacted Renault Truck, hoping for them to give us a little bit of something to chew on. Unfortunately, they have not responded. But all those companies have either closed all their operations, or closed most of their operations in Russia. They're really it's a fairly clear and neat cut away from the market. And the consequences of this are visible in the numbers. Something like 73. There's been a 73% drop in the production of trucks in Russia compared to last year. So massive fall for such a crucial piece of equipment. It's very, very important. Then again, let's remember that most of the parts and that were used for truck production in Russia were actually imported. So they tended to be Swedish, German, American, French trucks in kits imported and just welded together in Russia, not some real production. So that's for the good part. The bad part is that Russia has found somebody really willing and ready and able to provide it with a lot of trucks, namely China. If you look at the car and truck exports from China to Russia, it's absolutely staggering. I think it went like ×7 over the year. They really delivered on this. They're sending hundreds and maybe thousands of trucks every month. It's really big. So the Russians have, in this case, pivoted from Western providers to Chinese providers. To what extent it's possible for it to last, I don't know. I don't know whether they're hitting the Chinese stocks or if they're getting them directly from the production lines. That I don't know, and I don't know to what extent they're like-for-like replacement. Is there going to be a change in the capacity? Is there going to be a change in the quality? Is it enough? That's also a question I cannot answer to. But in the trucking sector, it seems that Chinese providers have been making up for the loss of Western exports for the moment, as far as we can tell. And by the way, thank you, Brent, for such a wonderful question.
All right. This was really, really extensive, Ben. You have another go, please.
Oh no, I don't have another go. Now it's my turn to have a question. I was wondering, Bionada, there have been a lot of talks about crypto and the impact of crypto on the Russian financial system. You did ask me the question once. I didn't really have a very good answer for you, very theoretical. I was wondering if you had some ideas regarding this. For instance, is there a crypto that before February was particularly sought after by the Russians, and what has been the destiny of that one crypto, or that several crypto? I don't know. Have you seen a drop in the use of crypto, and this sort of things? We also, I think the legislation in Russia has changed regarding the use of cryptocurrencies. I was wondering if you had any ideas on the consequences of that, and what exactly that change was. A crypto point.
All right. So Ben, I have to basically research this, because I'm not sure which was the top Russian cryptocurrency used, or however. But I can tell you this: there were a lot of crashes and big scandals in the last couple of months. The last one, I think everyone heard about, was Sam Bankman-Fried, who is now in jail, who was arrested. But I remember Terra Luna also crashed. I'm not sure if it when. I think in May it did crash, and looks like the founder of the stablecoin Terra, which crashed, is now living in Serbia. So, who knew? Maybe. All right, you have more questions to crypto, Ben, because I'm always happy talking about this topic, but
Well, okay,
I have to research some things.
Maybe we can start from a slightly theoretical point and then dwell into the more immediate technical ones. What is the difference between crypto and regular currency, do you think, from the point of view of a user? And for instance, so what is the difference in general between cryptocurrency and a regular currency?
There are so many similarities and differences. It's hard to tell. So I mean, not every cryptocurrency has totally the 100% the same concept, but I think the main point, the most important point, is that you can track every transaction in crypto. You basically can tell if this money was ever in the hand of oligarch XY, whatever. This is a difference. For example, if you use cash or gold, I mean, there would be a possibility maybe to track serial numbers and something like this, but there's no public available source which is tracking all the serial numbers. And if you don't want to give your serial number of your dollar bill away, so nobody will know you got it. So this is a big difference, I would say.
And do you know if the Mueller Report investigation team could potentially track some of the money to and from Russia?
could be possible theoretically. If I mean, it's like with every bank transaction. If you know who owns this Swiss bank account, then you can say, oh, this is the money of a Russian oligarch going there. But if it's a Swiss bank account and you don't know who the owner is, hard to tell. So there's always the possibility that there's a big. I know if maybe you can also mine, for example, bitcoins and cryptocurrencies. If there's a someone with resources, energy, much cheap energy, and has enough process power to calculate and mine all these bitcoins, for example. Let's stay with Bitcoin. It's easy because most people know about it and everyone knows how the system works, or almost everyone knows. Then you obviously could have a possibility to generate, a currency, money, a value to basically trade with it, and nobody would possibly know who you are because you don't buy in exchanges. You get your crypto freshly mined, and that's the difference. I mean, we all know the mining business isn't like it was a few years ago, but it's this. If you have really cheap energy, it can be lucrative. So, and And I guess Russia has enough, cheap energy. The only thing which is maybe missing is the calculation power of and the hardware for this. But I'm pretty sure they have bought something in the years. But you know how it is with technology, which is always running on the upper limits of their possibilities. You can you have to replace some things, and if you have to replace these miners, I don't know if they get them out of China, but as we know, China isn't really keen to sell Russia many more microchips and anything like this. So it's a question with many answers. Let's put it this way. All right, Ben, you have more questions. You have more points you want to make, more things you want to highlight.
There's quite a few things that I'd love to cover with you, but you know that we've got a whole afternoon, you and me, to chit chat. So let's not use all the ammunition in one go. And actually, talking about ammunition at the moment, I think I'm gonna have to go away for just a little bit, but I'll be back as soon as possible. I'll let you. Can I let you holding the fort for an hour?
Yeah,
or
sure,
so?
Ben. Absolutely, you can. Absolutely, you can. And I'm seeing Mockers is coming on. Strangely, Mockers works again. So I guess it's an iPhone or something like this. All right, they're trying to getting Mockers up. Right, did it work? It did indeed. Mockers, welcome to.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I can't hear Bernardo at all. He's talking, I'm sorry.
I think we still have some tech issues. Wendy, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are.
Yes, loud and clear.
Hey, gotta love Twitter.
Ah.
I've had terrible trouble getting on this morning, but they are obviously doing ongoing work with it because here I am, trying to be able to tell me the answer, but we'll try. So there's been a bit of a hoo-ha about Ben Wallace's statement with regards to Storm Shadow. Now, as far as I can tell, all he said is it's not been ruled out. But apparently now it's on its way. Is it? I just, that's my question. Is it?
You just cut out for me for a second. Alt phone, alt technology. Can you please really quick repeat the question, Marcus? I'm sorry, dear listeners. It's today is the day.
Yeah, today's a great day, isn't it? Ben Wallace's Storm Shadow. He, as far as I can tell, he's only said that it's not ruled out. He's not said it's packed in a box and on its way. Is that? Am I correct that it's not actually confirmed?
As far as I have seen, he said they don't have ruled it out, as you said correctly. Yeah, we will see how it works out, but I guess after the annunciation of the Patriot and Putin saying, "Oh, if you deliver the Patriot, bad things will happen," and now there's a missile strike, and the Patriot isn't even. Is it confirmed now? I'm not 100% sure. Now it's again a giant missile strike.
Which one? The last one I just said?
I think Patriots are confirmed.
Wendy, can you please mute your microphone? All right, thank you. Oh, great. Marcus, where was I?
Yeah, I believe the Patriot is definitely confirmed. It appears to only be one, of a set, because they don't come on their own. I think this sort of big step to give the Patriot, I think that's actually sort of it's almost like saying to everybody else, look, we've taken this big step now. Here's our level of commitment. Your turn. And so I do expect more to come from it. But yeah, it's just that someone last night messaged me and said, "Oh, Storm Shadow's going to Ukraine." And of course I was asleep. So when I woke up this morning, I was like, is it? And then it's taken me an hour and a half to get on to ask my silly question. So the answer is not yet that we know of. Thanks.
All right, Marcus. Yeah, thank you. So Patriot is confirmed. One Patriot system. That's great. I see Joanna is requesting, but somehow I can't bring her up. Maybe Wendy can do. All right. So, dear listeners, let you know there are some troubles today with Twitter. If you have the possibility, please retweet the space. Tell the people we are still there. If it doesn't work, please go to the website and try to join there. If you have a desktop computer or a laptop, it works. You can use it there. You can't get up as a speaker, but you can be a listener. So if you want to listen anyways, that's a possibility too. And if you look at the different kind of treats our team members basically tweeted out, you can see there are more possibilities. Like, for example, there's a YouTube link where you can also listen to us. So, and with this, nope, I can't bring up Joanna, but maybe Wendy has something to say. Please, Wendy.
Yeah, thanks, Bernard. So just a little bit of extra information in case people don't know on the rocket attacks this morning. So there were 12 in Zaporizhia, 60 rockets launched against Ukraine this morning. This was announced by the speaker for the Ukrainian Air Forces. 10 of these rockets exploded in Kharkiv region. This stated by the head of the Kharkiv military administration. So again, Moscow attacks Kharkiv. Again, it attacks residential areas indiscriminately in Kharkiv. And it does so because Kharkiv is, of course, in the east of Ukraine, and this is another bitter, cowardly attack, a craven attack against a city which has, lived as peacefully as it could possibly do in the 8 years since the first Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014, and resisted heroically this year against this particular invasion. And the enemy that lies across the gulf of that eastern border, because it cannot take Kharkiv, because its army failed to take Kharkiv, because thousands of dead Muscovite soldiers lie in the Kharkiv Oblast in a failure to take Kharkiv. Because the Battle of Kharkiv in 2022 is not one that just from the country currently known as the Russian Federation will be able to turn to their families in years to come and say, I was there. There's going to be no raising up the sleeves and showing their scars and saying this is these wounds I had at the Battle of Kharkiv. No, this is a matter of national shame for a tyrannical country which has lost the war. It started, has lost the battle for Kharkiv. Thanks, of course, as we know, to the heroism of Ukraine's warriors there, and the safety of these eastern parts of Ukraine is, of course, one barometer, one indicator that we can all take in both now and in the future with regards to how safe is Ukraine, how safe are Ukrainians. First indicator is, of course, whether they tell us, when they tell us that they're safe. This war is over when Ukraine says it is over, when Ukrainians say they are free, and when Ukraine says that all its territories are liberated. One thing that certainly I can glean from this as not being in Ukraine at the moment is that if Kharkiv is being hit, if Sumy is being hit, Kiev is being hit, obviously Ukrainians deserve a far higher level of safety and security for their families and for their people than they are currently getting from the West. So more attacks against Ukraine by the Kremlin in the losing cause that the Kremlin has started. But unfortunately, we are seeing the results again today of more civilian loss of life. Despite this, Ukraine fights on. Despite this, the Ukrainian spirit endures. And in taking inspiration from the Ukrainian spirit, of course, the Mirror Report endures. We are here to promote Ukrainian voices 24/7. We are here to give the latest information on the invasion of their country and the latest analysis from our range of military experts. And here we will stay. We are uncrushable.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wendy. Can you bring Joanna up, or isn't she requesting, or is it just me seeing it, or is it back?
I can see Johan is up.
No, not Johan. Joanna.
Can't see Johanna requesting at the moment.
She's not on the panel. She's not on the panel for the moment.
All right, because I see her requesting, but can't enter. Anyways, we will try again and bring up Marcus, please.
Just remember that on my phone, I've got an Android, and people request to speak all the time, and I don't even see them at all. So at least you can see it.
Yeah, I guess it's because I have a really old Android phone, which hasn't been updated in like, I don't know, a year or something like this. So I'm not sure which version of Twitter I'm running, but I will tell you soon.
Well, it's working at least. Are you just like, is your phone like holding on with its fingernails? Is that what's going on right now? Yeah, pretty much, I think. Would you like to hear something that I discovered last night?
Yes, please.
What?
Okay,
Yes,
so
go ahead.
yeah, I was looking yesterday just for some information as I was coming up to host, and the European Parliament has officially recognised Holodomor as a genocide, as indeed they should, but it's been made official, and I would imagine that there's going to be some sort of rules, legislation, something put in place that will, recognise that formally. And I just think it's important. I think it's important for the future, for people who look at the history now. They won't see the whitewashed version of history. They will see the truth.
All right, sorry. Yeah, my Twitter space was gone again. Wendy, you wanted to add something?
Yeah. First of all, I'm in total sympathy with you there, Bea. So I know that feeling. I'm sure many of us do. Yeah, Mokas, thanks for bringing that news to us. It's of course a very important recognition. A genocide, however long ago, is very recent for Ukrainians, and yeah, it's very important that it's recognised. That's exceptionally good news. Further evidence of the wave of international solidarity that exists, the strength of the international solidarity that exists for Ukrainians at this time. I for one just can't get my head around why it wasn't recognized as such earlier, but it's good that it has been now. All right, and Anda, welcome up. Good to see you.
Hi, Wendy. Good to see you too. I have some pieces of news, basically, and one of them that I read, and one of them is really interesting. So first of all, I am really glad about what Mocker said earlier about the fact that the European Union recognized Holodomor. I think it's really important for us for us all, right, to pay attention to all of this and to address every time Russia does one of its fits, let's say, one of its stupid moves, and everything that was before or is done right now should be sanctioned and highlighted properly in order to not to put it out of mind, out of the minds of the people who are watching what's happening right now in Ukraine, and think think at some point this is a singular event, or it's something that is not pertaining or affecting them in any way. So that's why I'm really glad. So what I wanted to add was a little piece of news, which is actually funny in its way, meaning all the ways in which Russia is interfering, right? Vladimir Putin found out that the Republic of Moldova, which is a direct neighbor to Ukraine, is using some deposits in Ukraine to keep to store the gas, the gas reserves they have for winter there. And he issued a declaration that it is not clear to him, like it's his business what two other countries which are not related to him and in any way pertaining to Russia are doing between themselves, right? So he issued this declaration that it's not clear to him why the Republic of Moldova deposits its gas reserves in Ukraine, and this thing should be examined by the Ministry of Energy and should be investigated, right? The thing is, Ukraine has 2 months of gas reserves, and they continue to buy little by little, but they didn't say, they didn't make public the entire quantity of their gas reserves or what are they buying for the moment. But I found this interference, this another piece of interference, right, of Russia in another country's business. Like what is it with them for them to interfere in everything? What does it matter to them? Where is Ukraine holding? Where is Moldova holding its gas reserves? They are theirs, and if they agreed with Ukraine to do that, perfect. It's not Russia's business. So this is just another example of interference in another country's business. And yeah, I'm vocal about it.
Yeah, it's absolutely like you said, Anna. It's really strange which kind of focus Russia has on totally independent countries, and trying to meddle with the internal and external infrastructure politics and tactical reserves. It's really shows us again that Russia is interested in a colonial system, not really in the idea of independent states.
All right. We've been joined by Daniel. Daniel, welcome up, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Wendy. I'm happy to be free from Space Care and Gulag. I want to complete what Anda said. The answer of President of Moldova, Maia Sandu, is not your business, Vladimir Vladimirovich, where we deposit our gas. And to explain a bit, Ukraine has the biggest gas deposits in Europe, so it's normal to use them. For example, Germany stores a lot of gas in Austria. And second, he knows if Ukrainian deposits become a backup, everybody who has buy gas and cannot store because don't have enough facility, Germany again. Best way to put it is in Ukraine. And is a good solution for Slovaks, for example, who are totally dependent of Russian gas. Reverse flow and other things can be used and put Ukraine in a good position, storing gas for Eastern Europe. And I raise my hand because I read something very, 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 very interesting. So, the Americans said they will double the Ukrainian soldiers trained in Germany. If I remember well, is only place where they can train. Ramstein. And they said they will train Ukrainian soldiers at battalion level and company level in combined arms warfare. Leonardo, you are a German. Tell me, if you any time visiting Ramstein, did you see any T-72 or BMP in Ramstein? Just curious.
No, I haven't visited Ramstein because it's not really close to my location in Germany. So yeah, but I'm not sure then. Maybe they have some for target practice or something like this. Maybe some mock-ups, but I don't think there are any.
And they put on the card, put 3 Ukrainians in the target practice and say, now you attack Russian position?
No, I'm not sure. Don't. So please keep your thought flowing because I'm sadly couldn't follow it 100% because yeah you have a little bit of background noise and my audio quality on my old phone is not really great.
Okay,
but if you like, you can. Oh, all right. Yeah. Yeah. If you could reiterate your thought quickly, I would get along.
So the idea is very interesting. There are not many soldiers, 500. 500 is 1 battalion. And you train them in combined arms warfare. So you don't take grunts, the recruits, to train guys who know the stuff. And combined arms usually meaning multiple weapon systems to attack Russian position. And if you do this, what do you use? IPVs?
Yeah.
Tanks? And my question was, if I remember well, Ukraine used T-64s, almost all destroyed, because, 10 months of warfare. T-72s and T-80s, because, Russians is the biggest client for Lend-Lease in Ukraine. And I was wondering if in Ramstein, United States on the big stock of T-72s and BMPs to train Ukrainian soldiers.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, could be they training on other kit. The question is what kind of other kit is also used in combined warfare. I think
in Ramstein, I guarantee you there are 2 pieces of kit which Americans can train. One is called probably Abrams, and secondly, if I remember well, Strikers and Bradleys.
All right, this sounds interesting. So yeah, Rammstein is a 100% US base, if I remember correctly. So I don't know if they maybe use some other kit, but as I remember correctly, all the other kit is trained in Grafenwöhr, if I remember correctly. So yeah, you could be absolutely right. I have not so much background information about this day. So yeah, please continue.
Maybe German authorities approve Leclerc tanks from France to transit the German autobahns.
Yeah, it could be possible, but as far as I understood it, there's also possibility that they load it on trains, for example, and don't have to use the problematic infrastructure over the autobahn and over the bridges, which where we had the discussion before about it. But this could be possible, absolutely, Daniel. Yeah.
I wonder the faces of commanders of BTGs in Zaporizhia Oblast, looking at the horizon and hearing some turbine engines of rolling tracks coming to them, painted in white, hearing something like Stars and Stripes. It will be nice. They then can say, we fight NATO.
Yeah, or at least NATO equipment. Yeah, it's a really nice thought.
Let them say what they want. I love Vatnik tears for me are like joy. It's like drinking whiskey with Gunny.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I personally, I mean, I would love to see Olaf Scholz and the rest of the German government doing the correct thing and send the Leopards. But I'm happy about every kind of kit which is delivered to Ukraine. Rightfully so, because they need it and they are in the right side of the conflict. They are getting attacked. They are fighting for their freedom.
Let it be Abrams, Bionade. Let it be Abrams. All be nice. All be very, 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 very nice. I hope very, very much you don't waste training for 6 weeks for Ukrainian soldiers to train on the American kit and then say, see, you apply the 4-man crew to your 3-man crew on T-72s. I don't think Americans will do that. And I think the strikes for today is another incentive to motivate the political decision. But hopes for German Chancellor from me are low, and I will keep them low, but without respect for all the help Germany can provide. Anything is good, even Mercedes trucks.
Absolutely. All right. I see we have a request from lunchtime. Maybe I can bring him up. We will try. Danny, you want to add something, or should we go to Joanna?
Please go to Joanna. She's always get great information.
All right. Let's go to you, Joanna.
Thank you, Bionade and Daniel. I just wanted to say that the air raid alert is over now. It lasted for more than 4 hours, from 8 in the morning to a little bit after 12 in Kiev region, Kiev time, sorry. And we have to wait for the final numbers, but what can I say is that I've seen pictures from Kryvyi Rih with the building that was damaged, and it looks really, it's horrific. And 2 people died there, and 6 more were wounded. 3 of them were children, and according to a tweet, 3 other children were rescued from that building. So it is really, really sad again. And also, if you look, I retweeted this, but I think you can find it on Twitter. Anton Gerashenko and Victoria shared this. There is a video filmed from a plane flying above Moldova, and you can see the explosions in Ukraine from that plane. And it's among the most terrifying things I've ever seen. I've seen battles, I've seen explosions and people wounded, and I've seen a lot of videos. But seeing this from above and seeing the explosions on the land of Ukraine, like far away, but still, you think that there are houses there and people and everything. So it's really, really touching. And yeah, that's what I wanted to share. Luckily, the alert is over, but we should still wait for all the numbers to appear. It was, according to some sources, it was there were more than 60 missiles. According to some other sources, the number is 72. There were KH-555 and KH-101 missiles from Tupolev 95, KH-22 from Tupolev 22 M3, KH-59 from Sukhoi 35 planes, and also Caliber missiles from the Black Sea ship. And they also added some S-300 rockets adapted for ground-to-ground usage. They use this in the regions that are bordering Russia or from the occupied regions to neighboring Ukrainian regions. So they really try to do a very powerful attack this time. This is the 7th wave of missiles. I'm done for now. Back to you.
All right. I see Lunchtime has his hands up. Please, Lunchtime.
Thanks, Bernardo. Yes, so another wave of missiles. This pretty horrific stories. You know, as Ioana was just saying, coming out of Ukraine. There's one that I haven't heard mentioned, which seems like 2,000 people working in mines, are perhaps trapped underground. I haven't got proper detail. I mean, you know, it's the usual barrage of grim details coming out after these strikes. Of course, there are voices saying, well, Anton Gerashenko was tweeted saying this will only concentrate the Ukrainian people's resolve, but and you know, I have no doubt of that. But what I'm just almost speechless about is that this is allowed to happen again, and with little fanfare in Western media, little real response from Western politicians. And I read, actually, Bernardo, I wondered if you'd comment on something, which is this Ukraine World tweeted something from, how do I say this? Politbarometer, so ZDF Politbarometer, which appears to say something like, well, what is it? I'll just read you the tweet. Maybe I'll just send you the link as well, Bernardo.
Yeah, sure. Send me the link. It's the easiest way.
Yeah. Okay, here, let me send it to you. How do I do that? Send via direct message. Here, okay, voila.
Yeah, just for the information for the users. ZDF is basically a second German state TV channel, and state TV media. So
yes, and thankfully, because the German language is so interestingly constructed, you can sort of it's a politbarometer. So I guess that's that's kind of
it's a barometer for the political for the it's you can just take two words and put them together in German. It works. Indeed. It's called.
Yes, well, that's a nice thing, isn't it? But what it says is approval of the supply of Western battle tanks to Ukraine is growing among German citizens, but has not yet reached half the level of support. So what does half the level of support mean? Does that mean, yeah, I mean, I don't really understand that. Does that mean less than 50% of German people support it? Or does it mean there's some measure which, you know, there's some sort of measure after which action must be taken and it's half of that? It's hard to say. So I'd appreciate your comments, Bernardo. And anyway, yeah, I just thought I'd bring it to your attention. But I'm just, you know, I'm really disheartened by the fact that these attacks continue, that Russia feels emboldened enough to do it, because clearly the consequences that are being signaled through diplomatic channels, you know, yet again have not succeeded, right? It hasn't been successful to have a deterrent effect of saying, if you do this, then there will be bad consequences for Russia. Well, this is not working. Whatever's being said is not working. Instead, it's the same bullshit, excuse my language, same bullshit over and over again, lather, rinse and repeat. And the Russians continue to act with impunity. And of course, the cost is borne by civilians on the ground in Ukraine and not by anyone else. So, you know, it's a sad state of affairs. In slightly cheerier news, there's been an uptick, I've noticed, in the last couple of days in the sort of Russian kill total. But that's cold comfort, really. I don't really care about that. I care about Ukrainian citizens not suffering through these attacks. And these attacks really, you know, there was a cautionary note I read yesterday, which was about the fact that although, and this is something we do on the space, right? We ridicule the sort of the Mobics, and we ridicule the Russian mobilization effort, because in many facets it is ridiculous. But someone was pointing out yesterday, I think it might have been Zaluzhny, if I'm saying his name right, that although it is ridiculous in many ways, the fact remains that Russia is trying to gather another couple of 100,000 conscripts to mount another concerted attack. And he seemed to suggest that he considers it a real possibility that they will try for Kiev again, or something of that order of magnitude. So, you know, although I'm encouraged that that these missile attacks are less effective than they used to be, or at least that's what I'm led to believe anyway. It's disheartening that they continue happening, and it's disheartening that, you know, that there is this threat of, even if they're crap soldiers, these just the number of people that are being mobilized by Russia presents a threat, because even a poorly trained conscript can kill at least one person, right? So yeah, anyway, so but yes, I just thought I'd bring that to the attention, this poll in Germany, and I'd be curious for comments from Bernardo or anyone else who's well informed about these things. I think I'll leave it there. Thanks.
So to the Politbarometer, it's kind of a regular thing they do, and they ask kind of different questions. Not like what usually is like, oh yeah, which party you would vote for, something like this. They ask questions about the economy and everything else, and also about Ukraine and the conflict. For the question you asked, it's because it's like 47% say they are, no, 48% are for delivering, 41% are against delivering, and the rest did not make any kind of comments if they want or don't want to have anything delivered. So that's a question about majority. I guess it's not over 50%. That is what they are saying. Yeah. There are much more questions in this article, but this is what I can say to this so far. I'm still shocked. It's such a huge number from people who say they are not for delivering things. But yeah, as we had in heard in some interviews before, and I read it in the last couple of weeks more often. The problem with the German geopolitics has been that they always thought, and the whole generation of people around the age, let's say over 40, is not the whole generation, but many people who have grown up in the kind of political area where Germany always tried to not be in any conflicts and never again wanted any war. But many people don't understand that never again means also never again. Don't open your eyes and just sit there and do nothing. And this is a really big problem, in my opinion, which has to be tackled. We see it if sometimes if you see the raw data of these kind of surveys, you will see that there's a big difference of answering in the age groups which are 30 and younger. If you look at the age groups which are in a different age, there are really differences in how they vote and what kind of opinions they have. So that's a factor we have to calculate in this whole process. But yeah, it's really sad to see that still so many people say, oh no, it's maybe not a good idea to deliver tanks. Wendy, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, Bernard, I just wanted to say, first of all, having German voices such as yourself on this space is absolutely fantastic. I think, being a non-German voice, we've seen an increase, of course, since this war in vocal participation to this cause, this incredible 2022 cause, which refused to show disinterest in the Ukrainians. I'd like to thank you for expanding on the German domestic landscape as it exists. That's demographic distinction that you referred to is it certainly is something which bears resemblance to other demographic distinctions within other countries, and it is certainly true that the civilized people the world over are being asked to define what they stand for this year, and they're being asked to define that by Ukrainians, and that's certainly very notable. I just thought I would also chime in on Lunchtime's point regarding the Zaluzhny mobilization of the cited number was, I think, a couple of 100,000. I think it's important to identify what threat is posed and where and how much of a threat this is. So we know that if the Kremlin orders another vector of attack north from Belarus into sovereign Ukraine, that a highway of tungsten death awaits any Muscovite occupier, invader that seeks to go down the same roads that it did during the Battle of Kiev and then had to retreat down the same roads during that exact battle because it lost. It lost thousands of men at the Battle of Kiev. It lost thousands of men at Hostomel. It will lose again. Where else does this threat exist? Well, we know that this threat exists in the, coming from the east. What about Crimea? Well, we've heard the great Chuck Farrow on the space before, haven't we? Say this, and it's been explored by many great speakers. That Crimea has these two entrance and exits to it. One being the northeast, one being the northwest. The area in between is, mobility is an issue there. Let's just say that. Therefore, given to be
all right. Wendy, please, you want to continue, or should I continue?
Yeah, I'll just conclude briefly, if that's all right. I'm just going to have to, yeah. So I think we can see that what Ukraine possesses is the ability to defend itself, and it will do so with complete prejudice. And I think this number stated should be seen within that context. Currently, Ukraine has the ability to defend itself from attack from the north. And as we've seen this week with, I think, 5 days in a row of strikes on Melitopol, we've seen deep strikes hitting command and control nodes across occupied Ukraine. Ukraine has the ability to strike using precision weaponry at the invaders on its territory, and it will continue to do so at an increased rate. So fear not eternal lunchtime at the spotless mine, my friend. What we do need is an increase in weapons of all sorts to swiftly end this war as quickly as possible and save as many Ukrainian lives. Leopard 2s, Atacams, NASAMs, air defense, as much as we can give. We are not giving enough, as events today have shown. Yeah, it's very important, I think, to see such quoted figures within the context of what has come before, what is possible now, what is going to be possible in the future.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
We can hear you. Can I quickly just interject? Thank you, Wendy.
Yes, please do.
Thanks. So thank you, Wendy. I would say there is, the thing is, right, we know what's needed. Everyone knows what's needed. It's not being provided still, 10 months in. And, I appreciate that, I mean, as far as I know anyway, the threat from the Belarus end has been widely considered not to be particularly feasible for Russia to do. It's not to say they won't try, because they've tried stupider things. But anyway, I seeing this sort of attack. We're still seeing these missiles being launched.